Good morning. Jurors have seen a tire, a blue truck, surveillance footage, and Mario Fernandez's recorded police interview. The prosecution says those pieces belong to one planned killing. The defense says the crucial link is still missing. On day 5, we are tracking every new witness against one question. Do the pieces connect, or is it the state asking the jury to make a leap? Good morning, everybody. Welcome back for day 5 of Mario Fernandez's trial. We are also covering Dwayne Davis and Lindsay Clancy today. We will begin covering Keywan White and Rodrigo Espinoza Valdez next week. But here is a short kind of summary of the case for anybody that's new joining us today. Jared Bridegan, sorry, he was Microsoft executive. Jared Bridegan was driving home through Jacksonville Beach on February 16th, 2022. After dropping off his older children, his young daughter was in the back of his SUV. A tire blocked the road. When he got out of the vehicle, he was shot and killed. Prosecutors allege that the tire was a part of the planned ambush that Mario Fernandez helped arrange and finance the killing through Henry Tenon, a former tenant. The defense says Fernandez hired Tenon for legitimate work and not murder, and argues that the state has not proven Fernandez solicited or intended Bridegan's death. Fernandez has pleaded not guilty. Across the first 4 days of trial, jurors have been shown the physical crime scene, surveillance gathered from the neighborhood, the tire left in the road, a second tire recovered during the investigation, and a recorded police interview with Fernandez. They have heard testimony about a blue truck, phone data, and communications. Investigators say helped lead them towards Tenon. I'm sorry, it's very early, guys. But a criminal case is not a collection of dramatic objects, it is a chain of propositions. One exhibit may connect a person to a place, another may establish communication, another may support or weaken a timeline. None automatically proves every other piece means. What every other piece means, sorry. That is why day 5 matters. By the end of the first week, jurors are no longer hearing these details as isolated moments. They are beginning to decide whether the state's narrative holds together under cross-examination and whether the defense has exposed alternative explanations, missing footage, uncertain identification, or gaps in what the evidence can establish. During today's stream, we will follow the testimony without constantly interrupting. After each complete witness, block, or major exhibit, we will potentially take a break to kind of go over what's happening. But court is supposed to begin soon, so I'm going to share my screen and we are going to just let it play until it begins. If there's any questions, you guys can let me know down below. But outside of that, let's have a great day together.
Good morning. All right, we're here on in the morning session. If the attorneys will place their appearances on the record.
Christina Stifler, Alan Mizrahi, and Steve Siegel on behalf of the state of Florida.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Jesse Dreiser. I'm here with our client, Mr. Fernandez, Mr. Hill, Ms. Nepsat, and Ms. Day. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. All right, is there anything we need to take up prior to bringing in the jury?
Ma'am.
All right, thank you. Let's bring in the jury.
My palm's still getting sweaty.
Is the witness close by? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, probably.
Thank you. All right, good morning, members of the jury. Welcome, and good morning. Everyone may be seated. All right, members of the jury, before we get started with today's portion of the trial, could you all please confirm and answer out loud that you follow the communication rules over the night's recess? Yes. Okay. To remind you where we are, I'm sorry, I keep saying detective. Agent Blythe was on the witness stand. I'm going to ask that he be called back to the stand. Good morning, Agent. Since the night's recess we're into a new day, if you please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Agent, do you solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
All right, this way. All right, Mr. Dreiser, you may proceed with cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Agent Blythe. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well. You?
I'm fine. Thank you for asking, and thank you for being here, okay?
Absolutely.
Yesterday, we had a little bit of an opportunity to get to know you and your background. And of course, you are an agent with the FBI, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have a pretty impressive academic background. You have a degree in, I think, business.
Yes, in accounting.
And then you have some experience in the real world and experience in law enforcement, combining all those skills, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think we can agree that well, let me say, the one thing you don't have, and I'm not knocking on you, but you're not an engineer, correct?
No, I'm not an engineer.
And you don't work for T-Mobile, correct?
No, I do not.
And a lot of what we're talking about is the engineering of cellular networks.
Yes.
So can we agree that the work that you do is important in cases like this?
Yes, very.
And can we agree that accuracy is important?
Yes.
And I don't know if you told the jury yesterday, but not only do you review these reports before they're submitted, you have a peer review. You have someone else look at the reports, right?
Yes, sir.
To make sure they're accurate, right?
Yes.
All right, let me just and I'm going to walk you through everything. I'm not going to cherry pick, but I want to show you slide 56. This is from March 5th between 9:12 and 9:50 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And yesterday you talked about the TA records associated with that. But if you look in the call box, those TA records seem to be from 2/17 of 2022, correct?
Yes, so there's a typographical mistake in the call-out box.
So that's a mistake that you made before you submitted this evidence to the government?
Yes.
And the peer review person, he didn't catch that either?
Apparently not.
And as you sit here today, is it a typographical error, or did you put the TA records from 2/17 inside of the PowerPoint?
I'm confident that it's a typo in the call-out box for the date. I didn't replace the date with March 5th. I apologize.
Okay. And while we're here, this is about a Pennsylvania trip that Mr. Fernandez took.
Yes.
Anybody ever tell you why it was important whether Mr. Fernandez went to Pennsylvania and came back?
I don't recall why that was important.
Important enough that you mapped it all and put it in your slides, right?
The investigative team thought that time frame was important to show the location of the target device. So I prepared a map as such.
Okay. Not your job to know or say why it's important. Just map it if they tell you to.
So yeah, the investigative team it's their investigation. They're informing me about what times are pertinent that they needed to show movement or a location for the device. And so that's what I'm looking to as far as guidance about what timeframes I look at.
Simply put, you mapped that Mr. Fernandez went to Pennsylvania. Well, first he stopped in North Carolina, right?
Yes.
And are you aware that the jury has heard from a friend of his that he stopped at his house in North Carolina?
I am now.
You are now, because I told you?
Yes.
Okay. And on the same dates that you mapped, and then he, if I understand correctly, he went up to Pennsylvania, and I think your testimony, these are my words, but he sort of hauled ass back to Jacksonville.
He wasn't there a very long time and came back.
Came back pretty quick, right?
Sure. Some people move at different paces.
Yeah, but I mean, I think what you were saying to the jury yesterday was he was up in Pennsylvania and then he kind of moved back relatively quickly, like he didn't have a lot of stops, right?
Yeah, there was a 3-hour stop, was the biggest, most notable stop during the way back that I recall.
But just so I'm clear, Jacksonville is where this homicide occurred, right?
Yes.
And he came back to Jackson.
Correct.
All right, let's start at, well, I want to show you, did you notice yesterday when you were going through your slides, this is I think you did 5 drafts of these before you made a final?
At least.
At least 5 drafts, right? And every time you did a draft, you would provide it to the defense team through discovery, right?
So I provided to the state and they provided the discoveries to you.
And they provided. So through the course of this investigation, every time you did a draft, we would have to do, at least you would think it's fair that we would do an analysis of your draft, right?
I would hope you'd review it.
And if we had an expert, which I think you know that we do,
Yes.
he would have to review it, correct?
Sure.
So I assume at some point in time during this trial, when the state gets up and asks questions to my expert about why we had to pay him so much money, would you agree that every time you did a draft, you would expect it's fair that he would review your draft, right?
If you ask him to, sure.
Sure. And it would be reasonable for us to ask him to review your drafts, right?
It's something that, a layperson could easily misunderstand. So it's understandable you'd want to talk to somebody with knowledge of the profession.
Sure. And can we also agree that going back to, you looking at these things and making sure that before it got submitted into evidence, it was up to speed. This is your final, correct?
It is.
Did you notice on about a third of the slides that are in evidence, they're still stamped draft?
A third?
Oh, let's go to page 21. See draft? Can you see that, Agent?
I do.
Go to page 22. See that?
Yes.
23? 24? I mean, I'll let the jury, it's in evidence, but significant portion of your final is still submitted draft. Is that another mistake that should have been taken out?
In preparing over the past month or two, I noticed some things that wanted to modify somewhat. Didn't change the conclusions or the overall locations or anything like that. But I had somebody take a second look at them after I made some changes, and I forgot to take the draft stamp off.
Okay. You go to January 5th, please. Start slide 8. This is January 5th. You would agree that this is at 10:56 to 11:51, and it shows that Mr. Fernandez is in the area of his house.
Yes, same geographic area.
Not unusual for a person to be in the same geographic area of their home, correct?
No.
This doesn't tell you anything about Henry Tenon or anything about Mr. Fernandez other than he may be home, right?
Correct.
Next slide. All right, now we jump hours later, right? This is like 5 hours later.
Yes, 5:24 p.m. is when this starts.
Okay, and this is Henry Tenon going to the area of Jack's Beach, correct?
Yes.
All right, so now you don't have any information as to where Mr. Fernandez is on January 5th, do you?
No, not during this time frame.
You have no idea whether Mr. Fernandez saw Mr. Tenon when he came near the Jack's Beach area, correct?
I don't have any independent knowledge of that.
Yeah. You have no communications between the two of them on January 5th, correct?
Not that I've been made privy to.
You can't tie Mr. Fernandez to Henry Tenon on January 5th in any way using technical data or records that you have obtained.
Not with these phone records, with cell site and Gmail records.
Okay. And most importantly, on this day, Henry Tenon goes in the area of Jack's Beach near the Pablo Hamlet area, the Fernandez residence, right?
Yes,
You need to see that, or you agree with me?
I recall that.
Okay. But do you recall that he doesn't go anywhere near the crime scene?
I think that not on this date and time, no.
That's what I'm asking you. On this date and time, January 5th, he doesn't go anywhere near the crime scene, right? And you do know, even though you're not, I guess you're part of the investigative team, but you're more the mapping guy, right?
Yes.
But you do know that there is a connection between Mr. Fernandez and Henry Tenon because Henry Tenon was his tenant at that time, right?
I've heard that at some point he was his tenant.
Sure. That's not like a secretive fact. And if I understand your slides, Mr. Tenon goes to the area of Jack's Beach, and you think that maybe, and can you go to the slide of the Marsh Inlet? He goes down, passes Pablo Hamlet, he passes Marsh Inlet, and he turns around and he comes back, correct?
Yes.
And if he is on the street, can you go to the one where it shows that he may be on?
Mr. Dreiser, if you would, just for record purposes, refer to what slide you're referring to.
I should have done that. I'm sorry. This all is composed of states 190, 182, and specifically, I'm asking Agent Blythe about page 12.
Thank you.
Page 12, this is where, different than many of your other slides, you don't have any confidence level on any of these slides.
No, not on these four.
This entire slide, which is the one that zoomed in the most, has no confidence on any one of Henry Tenon's factors, correct?
No.
But nonetheless, you decided to map that you think, without any confidence, that Mr. Tenon may have gone on the street of the Fernandez residence, correct?
That was the recorded location. And throughout the duration of the analysis, I was able to see that these locations, with or without a known source, followed in line, stayed along roadways. They weren't errant off in the middle of nowhere or a place where there was no roadway or a place where a person and a phone could be. Looking at them in their totality, they all seem to be very reliable locations.
Even if you're right, which you may be, he's on the street for what, 30 seconds at max? I mean, if you're exactly correct and your totality of the circumstances all added up, you can't put him on that street for more than 30 seconds.
Correct.
So, and you have no reason to believe that Mr. Fernandez was home.
I don't know.
You have no idea, right?
No.
And you don't know if Mr. Tenon was dropping off rent money in the mailbox.
I don't know that.
You don't know if Mr. Tenon was scouting the area because he planned to kill Jared Bridegan. You don't know that.
No.
You just know that he's in the area. And the one thing we do know is that the Marsh Inlet and the area of interest does have evidentiary value in this case, correct? That area has interest, right?
Sure.
Mario, and we're going to talk a little bit about this, Mario Fernandez's home is close to Marsh Inlet, correct?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I did not say that correctly. Mario Fernandez's home is close to Pablo Hamlet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's so close that it's hard to make any sort of data location because it's so close. It goes within the area of the bands that make it to where the technology just isn't that precise, correct?
That's fair.
Okay, we'll talk about that later. Let's keep going. Let's go to the next day. And that would be January 25th, correct?
Yes.
And on January 25th, I mean, this has so much data on it, but let's just break it down so simple so the jury knows what they're looking at. You believe on January 25th that Mario Fernandez went over to John Biggerstaff's house.
His phone moved to that area. He used the tower closest to his house and had a calculated distance, roughly the same distance from the tower as the house was, which is consistent with him being at the residence.
It's a great point. You don't track people, do you?
Well,
You
phones
track
don't
devices.
move themselves, but people have their phones. Research shows that we keep our phones within arm's reach the vast majority of the day. But yes, technically I'm tracking phones.
So Mr. Hill in his opening statement told the jury just that. He said that studies show that people keep their cellular devices within arm's reach. That's what you guys rely on, correct?
Yes, that's how we find people all the time.
Exactly. I don't want to jump the gun, but on the 29th, you don't have Mr. Fernandez's device anywhere except for the Potomac address, correct?
That area, yes.
Yeah, I mean, he goes from his house to Potomac, but the phone never leaves Potomac, correct?
On the 29th?
Right.
Correct.
So by the studies and by what you're aware of and everything you're trained on and how you locate bodies and guns and all the things that you say that you've been so successful doing, it's because people are generally within arm's length of their devices, correct?
Usually, but sometimes people intentionally leave their devices behind in cases. Sometimes.
They do. And that's when you have to use what you said yesterday, which is other investigative efforts when you're doing historical cell site analysis to see if you can confirm whether people have done that, correct?
If you can.
All right, we'll get there. But on this day, Mr. Fernandez goes to what is known as an old friend of his, correct? You know that
Biggerstaff?
Yeah,
My understanding is they are associates of some kind.
yeah, they've known each other for a long time.
Okay.
Okay. And on that day, you know that Mr. Fernandez called Mr. Biggerstaff on his way over there. Because in all that data, it actually shows a call from Mr. Fernandez to Mr. Biggerstaff, right?
Yes.
Before he gets there. Like, hey, I'm on my way, right? You don't know what it said, but that's not far-fetched that someone would call and say, I'm on the way to your home, correct?
No.
And then right when he gets to the house, there's a message or a call saying, well, you don't know what it says, but it's right when he gets there, not far-fetched to be like, hey, I'm here, man, right?
Okay, I don't know why he called him, but could be.
All right, so he's there for like an hour or so, and then he leaves, right?
I don't remember how long he's there. I think it might be the next slide. Yes.
All right. This is slide 16, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And you don't know why he was there?
No,
You have no evidence what he was doing there?
no, sir.
Someone just asked you to map whether Mario Fernandez was going to a guy's house that he knows for a long time. He left. That's what you know. That's what all of this information tells you, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to January 29th. Okay, on this date, we're on slide 19. I want to talk about some ground information that I'm not sure that you said yesterday. Anytime the location of interest or the address of Potomac or anything on these slides, anytime, would you agree that your testimony, a golden rule, is it can never be farther than the bands?
Very rarely, and if it is, we're talking less than 2% of the time, it's usually explainable because, for example, if you had a huge building like this courthouse and the antennas for the cell site are on different corners of this rooftop, it's huge. So if the latitude, longitude for the tower is dead center in the middle of the building, the antennas are on different corners of the building, that timing advance band could look a little farther away than it really is, or closer, depending on that layout. So usually you can reconcile that if you actually find a phone outside of the band that was displayed.
Maybe not a golden rule, but a pretty good rule of thumb that
Yeah.
it's never outside the bands, correct?
Yeah, it's very rare.
But on the inverse, when there's one band, it can be one or two bands inside.
Yes, that's possible.
Of course, that's not only possible, you know that to be the case, right?
Yes.
If I say that the Mario Fernandez residence is right on the border of a band in some of these slides,
Yes.
you'll agree with me every single time that it's in the parameter of one or two bands, so it's in the timing advance bands.
Yes.
Okay. The other thing that I'm not so sure was clear yesterday, in these pink bands, and let's use slide 19 as an example, anytime you may have a dot inside the pink band, but you have no idea where in the pink band the device is.
So are we talking about these dots are from Henry Tenon 53. These aren't timing advance estimated locations.
Glad you pointed that out. I want the jury to be very clear. I'm not talking, and I didn't say this, so thank you. For these golden rules and concepts I'm trying to iron out, I'm not talking about the GPS stuff. That's different than timing advance, right?
Right. These are two different people's devices on this slide.
And two different technologies, right?
Yes.
So because you don't have any GPS for Mr. Fernandez, let me make it clear. When Mr. Fernandez's devices are in any of these pink bands, you have no idea where in the pink band it is.
Yeah. So when Mr. Tenon's device is inside that band, it doesn't, just because it's inside the same band where Mario Fernandez's phone is, that they could be together. They may not be together. It's potential co-location. Is that what you're asking me?
I really wasn't. I'm not asking you anything about Mr. Tenon at the moment. I'm asking you for Mr. Fernandez. In all of these records, you're using TA analysis because you don't have GPS for Mr. Fernandez, correct?
Yes.
So what I'm trying to do is just get some global ground rules so the jury understands this. That device can be anywhere in a pink band, like at the very, very bottom of slide 19, where the pink bands end, or the very, very top. You don't know. The technology isn't that good.
Yes, in isolation, the phone could be anywhere in that band, from one side of the sector to the other, to answer your question. However, if you have an intersecting timing advance, that's not the case here. But when you do, if it's close in time, you would look at that area of intersection to narrow that area.
For example, in this one, most of the slides, it could be anywhere in the pink band.
Yes.
And the other thing that I want to make sure is crystal clear, that if Mr. Fernandez's device is in his pocket, okay, and Mr. Fernandez is in his driveway and he's sweeping, you have no idea the movement of the device within the pink bands, correct?
No.
If Mr. He walks from the kitchen to the end of the driveway to throw a bucket of water out, you cannot do, this technology doesn't work like that, correct?
Yes, no, it doesn't. It's not that precise. It's good enough to help us find people many times, but those bands are 78 meters wide. So that's the confidence of it.
So when you're showing all this information from January 29th and it's just like TA, 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 it's not like you know that the device is stationary and not moving. You can't tell that.
So when maybe I say stationary, it's staying in the same area, defined area that we can define by those bands. It doesn't necessarily mean it's sitting still, perfectly still on one exact location.
That's exactly what I'm asking. You can't do that, right?
Right.
Now, we'll get to some precise stuff in a question. The other thing that I just don't think I heard this word come out of your mouth one time yesterday, and you correct me if I'm wrong. Did you ever say the words Wi-Fi yesterday?
Yes.
You did? Okay, thank you. There's a caveat when there's Wi-Fi, isn't there?
What do you mean?
Meaning that if a phone is connected to Wi-Fi, then there can be calls and texts that this wouldn't catch.
So the calls generally make their way to the call detail records if they're over Wi-Fi, but if a phone can also use data over Wi-Fi, and that could, carry the data sessions rather than the cellular network.
Right, so it's possible that a person could be making calls or text messages or doing video gaming, and you wouldn't have a record of it if they're connected to Wi-Fi.
So the data sessions would therefore be carried by the Wi-Fi, the internet service provider,
Sure.
And it wouldn't show data throughput with the cellular network. If they made calls or received calls, those would make their way to the records.
They may make the way to the records. They don't always make the way to the records.
They usually do, but it's possible.
It's possible that they don't, right?
Sure.
Okay. And and we don't have to guess, even though we have photos, I'll show you in a second, that there is Wi-Fi at the Potomac address.
Maybe there is. I'm sure most people have home-based Wi-Fi.
Well, we don't have to say maybe, because you did the tracking of Henry Tenon's devices, and the data that you used at 2 o'clock for the geolocation of Mr. Tenon, and if you need your records to look, I'll be glad to, you used Wi-Fi. That was the source of the GPS at 2 o'clock.
I guess all I'm saying is I don't know if it connected to Mario Fernandez's Wi-Fi, but there's enough Wi-Fi access points around there that the phone was able to generate a Wi-Fi based location.
All right, let me pause you for a moment. Members of the jury, I need you to go into the jury room, please. Agent Blythe, I'm going to ask you step outside the courtroom. Everyone may be seated.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fernandez needs to go in the back. I need Miss Bridegan to step up, Mr. Clifton to step up, and get Kirsten Nelson on the phone. On Zoom, switch over. If the state would clear the way so they can have a seat. Do you want to call your appellate counsel? They can join via Zoom. Ms. Bridegan, you can sit down. It's okay. Print a copy of the order of compliance. Okay, thank you.
Okay. If you go into Zoom and put in that number, it should come up. That's the meeting number. Yeah, appreciate it.
Are the attorneys from the Gardner firm on Zoom?
Good morning, Your Honor. Kirsten Nelson on behalf of Ms. Gardner. I believe Jose Baez and Ron Sullivan are also present.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Good morning. Is Mr. who's represent Sam Solario?
I can hear you fine. I'm not visible because I'm unsuitably attired for court, Your Honor, and I
Yes.
didn't want to appear poorly.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you. So, Mr. Clifton, for purposes of this hearing, I received, while I'm in the middle of the trial of the state of Florida versus Mario Fernandez Saldana, I received an email indicating that Ms. Bridegan is refusing to comply with the court order. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And then Ms. Nelson is the person that notified the court. So, Ms. Nelson, I'll hear from you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I also apologize. I am not suitably attired for court, so I will keep my camera off. We are moving for a motion, or our motion is for an order to show cause why Ms. Bridegan should not be held in contempt for failure to comply with the court's August 11th order, as well as the order this morning and the order yesterday.
Ms. Nelson, do you agree that it would be indirect contempt of court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Clifton, do you understand the nature of the motion for an order to show cause?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So it is basically non-compliance with the court's order that was entered in on August 11th. And for the record, the court had a hearing that was requested based on the subpoenas that were issued pursuant to a prior order. The court heard the objection of the party, the non-party. I then, after that hearing and after consideration of the side that was presented during the objection, the court overruled the objection and issued an order of compliance because it was not being complied with. That is the prior order. Then this morning at approximately 7:19, this court got notice that Ms. Bridegan wanted, well, counsel filed a petition for all writs. The 5th District Court of Appeal has docketed now the appellate process, which is the appropriate way to go if there is disagreement with the court's decision. In the trial court, I believe it was you, Mr. Clifton, that filed the motion to stay this morning. It was approximately, I think, about 8:15 or 8:20, maybe.
20 p.m. last night, Your Honor. But
It was 10:20. I didn't get notice of it until early this morning.
Yep.
Then defense counsel filed a response. The court then issued another order denying the stay and denied it within, I believe it was about 8:30ish, giving Ms. Bridegan 30 minutes to comply with the court's order. Additionally, in the prior hearing, in the prior order, the defense has gone through the expense of asking and paying for an expert to come up to take possession of the phone to comply with the court's order and then return the phone to Ms. Bridegan in short order so that she could have her phone basically selectively downloaded and then returned to her so that there would be as little time away from her phone as possible. And so that is what is not being complied with. Do you believe that this is sufficient notice, or I can write the order to show cause? I'm going to grant the order to show cause, and I can write down date and time. Pursuant to the rule, I believe that you are entitled to reasonable time to prepare a defense for Ms. Bridegan.
We would want reasonable time to prepare defense.
All right, and I hope that this is not to wait out whether the Fifth District Court of Appeal is somehow going to stay. But I will give you, right now, I stopped the trial at exactly 9:30. What do you believe reasonable time would be, Mr. Clifton, for you to be prepared for the defense of an order to show cause for noncompliance, which is indirect criminal contempt of this court?
Your Honor, are we looking to do this today?
Yes. Because the expert drove up today, and so I don't,
I understand, Your Honor.
okay.
2 hours?
Can we,
And we have a lunch coming up at some point. 12:30?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And-
I will, if you require, I will. I will have something written up and filed for you to answer to. I can get it probably by 10:15, and then I would have the hearing, I would say at 12:30. Is that reasonable?
Yes, ma'am. That would help.
Yes, sir. All right. And whatever counsel, if you all could get in, do you want Ms. Gardner transported?
No, Your Honor, we'll waive her presence. Thank you.
All right. I will see you all again at 12:30 for this hearing, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It goes without being said, Ms. Bridegan, you need to be present again, okay? Go get the jury to get back ready as soon as.
transcripts. Can someone read back to me the last question I asked? I'll pay you.
Can we have a read back, please? Hold the jury.
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. Thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome. They can come in if they're ready.
Your Honor, the jurors are in the courtroom.
Thank you. All right, welcome back in, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated. Mr. Dreiser, if I could just interrupt you for a couple more seconds. Members of the jury, I want to apologize for the interruption. I want to make sure that you all understand that the interruption has nothing to do with either the state or the defendant in this case. Instead, I had an emergency issue that I needed to resolve prior to you all continuing because it's time sensitive. And so I apologize for any interruption. I believe that we're back on track. So if you thought anything, you should disregard anything. It was my issue, not the attorney's. Does everyone understand that? If you could answer out loud.
Yes.
Perfect. Let's go.
All right, we're back.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks for being here. We're now on January 29th. That's a day that the government asked you to map, and you did that, right?
Yes.
Now, did you talk yesterday about the fact that you do sometimes, in other cases, review surveillance in conjunction with cellular data so you can form a better expert opinion, right?
Yes.
You did not do that in this case.
I'm generally, unless it's my own case or an FBI case on my squad, I'm not part of the investigative team. And so I'm not out doing video canvases. So any video surveillance that would be provided to me to use in conjunction with this would be dependent on the investigative team. If it was available for them to find it, get it provided.
I still have permission to walk around?
Yes.
I took the liberty without asking. Thank you. Well, just for example, they did provide you information that they thought was important, and I'm reviewing states 210. This is the vehicle, the license plate readers. Do you remember? Here, I can just put it down. Remember looking at that yesterday, Agent?
Yes, I do.
You didn't pull that information, correct?
No,
The investigative team gave that to you, correct?
they did.
And that was to help you, in your expert opinion, make conclusions as to where Henry Tenon may be located, correct?
See if that lines up or not with those locations, yes.
And it did. It
Yeah.
had some evidentiary value that a vehicle registered Henry Tenon's father was near the location of where Henry Tenon's cell phone was via its GPS, correct?
Correct.
So that's exactly what we're talking about. The ability to try to confirm otherwise, which is just numbers and data on pieces of paper that you received from T-Mobile, right?
So I use it as a technique. I call it layering. So if I can get more data sets, more locations, I'll use them.
Perfect. And I asked you in this case, did you review any surveillance as a part of your layering technique that you just described to the jury?
No, I don't think there's any other surveillance that I can recall provided to use in conjunction besides the license plate readers.
Would it help assist you in your expert opinion to know, and the jury has already painstakingly watched hours of compiled surveillance that law enforcement did, not at this time, but at the Potomac address? Meaning, would it help you in your expert opinion to know that Mario Fernandez frequents the Potomac address regularly?
I don't, I obviously can see when his phone was in that area from the records I reviewed. I haven't reviewed the poll camera or whatever kind of camera surveillance was in that area.
Let's try to do this together. This day, you have Mr. Fernandez's device at the Potomac address for a couple hours, give or take.
Yes.
In evidence is hours and hours of Mr. Fernandez at the Potomac address. Does that help you say that this data is consistent with Mr. Fernandez going to the Potomac address as seen in the surveillance that's been admitted into evidence?
Yes, that would be one more indication. If you see the vehicle or him on camera, that shows that, might show that he moved there with his phone.
Consistent with the day that you mapped, right?
Yeah, if there's camera footage showing him there, it's consistent with this map.
That's all I was asking. Now, this is where on slide 19, Mr. Fernandez is moving from the Jacks Beach area to his rental property on January 29th. That's what this slide shows, correct?
I don't know if that's his rental property or not. I know that address is associated with Mr. Tenon.
No one told you that Mr. Fernandez owned that place?
No.
This is the first that you're learning of that?
I don't remember that. Again, I'm not part of the investigative team. I'm there for phone-based location information to try to show where devices are around these circumstances.
Let's talk about it. You're the expert in this case, or one of them. Let's make sure you understand, because I think it could be important. Mr. Tenon is alleged to have killed Jared Bridegan. You know that, right?
Yes.
So when you put, because someone told you to, on your legend, Tenon address, 5239 Potomac Avenue, someone told you to put that?
It told me that that's the residence attributed to Mr. Tenon. They did, they're able to somehow verify that that is his address.
It's interesting because what's also in evidence is a lease agreement that Mr. Fernandez leased the property to Jeremy Ordway on January 27th of 2022. Did you know that?
No.
Would you like to see that, or you take my word for it?
I'll take your word for it if that's in evidence.
Okay. And you would agree with me that this is 2 days after the lease agreement was signed, correct?
It is.
So you don't know why that law enforcement told you to put the murderer's name on this slide and not two different things. One, that it's Mr. Fernandez's actually owned property. I know you're learning that for the first time today, but would you take my word for it that he owns it? Or would you like to see the records and evidence that he owns it?
If that's in evidence, I can take your word for it.
It is. And secondarily, as the landlord of the property, he had already rented it to a different individual by the 29th of January. And you took my word for that fact already, correct?
Again, I don't have any independent knowledge of that. If that's in evidence, so be it.
But nonetheless, whoever told you to make this slide decided it was best to put the Tenon residence when you have taken my word for two facts that make this not the Tenon residence, correct?
I don't know all those factors. If Mr. Tenon still had access to it, or what the dynamic there was. So the investigative team felt that it was a residence attributed to Mr. Tenon, and I took their word for that.
Sure enough, because that's all you can do is plug in the data that someone gives you, right?
It's more than that, but.
Okay. Let's talk about the movement of Mr. Fernandez's phone. You know that at 2 o'clock on 129, still looking at page 19 of your slides, at 2 o'clock and 5 seconds, Mr. Fernandez is not at Potomac, correct?
What time?
2 o'clock and 5 seconds p.m.
Not yet.
All right. Can you show the jury so my question's more clear. When I say that he could be anywhere in the band, using that band as an example, can you show the jury where he could be?
Yeah, so this event in this phone could be anywhere in this shaded area of this band.
Mr. Dreiser.
I'm going to ask would you help me change the color? Is that what you were going to ask, Judge? I'm sorry I interrupted you, but
No.
I knew what was coming.
And I say just.
Wait a second.
Sorry.
Let's
It's
do
red right now and you
maybe
can't
blue.
see it.
See what blue looks like. Can you try doing that again?
Sure.
There we go. I like that.
And just to clarify, when you show movement of a device and you see these timing advance bands, yes, in isolation, the phone could be anywhere in the shaded area of that band. But if a phone is moving in a vehicle, the phone's going to be on a roadway. So you're going to look to where the roadways are as part of that overall route in that movement to see where that phone would have been during that time.
I agree with
Just
you.
to clarify.
There's one road and a swamp on both sides. It's likely on the road, right?
Yes.
People can't drive through a swamp. I think we all get that.
Right.
In this case, there's a lot of roads though, right?
There are several, yes.
You don't know what road he's on, right?
Not exactly, no.
So he could be pretty much anywhere in the band as long as it's not somewhere off the road.
I mean, based on the timing, I think it's most likely somewhere along Old Kings Road or an adjacent road, but there are several roads around there.
Okay. But we agree, under no circumstances, according to your expert opinion, is he at Potomac?
At 2:02, the phone is
Asking you very specifically.
on its way.
At 2:05, he is not at Potomac.
I don't think so yet, no.
Okay. At 2:12, using the geolocation call-out number, Henry Tenon appears to be at or very close to the Potomac address.
Yes.
And that's a confidence meters of 56 meters, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if you drew the radius. That is an unknown source though. And I thought we talked that you don't like to use unknown sources. Do you agree that's an unknown source, Agent Blythe? Mr. Tenon's 2 o'clock?
I don't recall that being an unknown source, but again, I looked at these locations in their totality. The reason I didn't show the radius for the other unknown sources that was so low because they were less than 3 meters, which is unlikely a device could get a location with less than 3 meters, even with GPS. And so, 56 meters is a lot more conservative and reasonable than 1 or 2 meters.
Nonetheless, 56 meters, approximately 160 feet, somewhere around the Potomac address is what you think.
Yes.
At 2:12, right?
Right.
Now, at 2:06:53, Mr. Tenon is definitely not in the area of the Potomac address, correct?
No, he's moved to the area of Old Kings Road and Edgewood.
Yep. And we know he's on the move because he hits another tower at 2:08, and then he has geolocation at 2:10. So bear with me. We know that Mr. Tenon is on the move, 2 o'clock, 2:06, 2:08, and 2:10, moving away from the Potomac address.
Yes.
And we know that Mr. Fernandez at 2 o'clock is not there, and then he moves closer to the Potomac address somewhere around 2:02:25, correct?
Yes.
You said yesterday that they could have been there for a short period of time together, right?
Potentially.
But potentially they were not there at the same time together, correct?
I'm sorry?
Potentially they were not there at the same time together.
So sometime between 2 o'clock and 2:06, I don't know when, Mr. Tenon's phone began moving from the residence towards Old Kings Road. So I don't know exactly when during that 6 minutes and some change that his phone left. It looks like it would probably take, you know, a little bit of time to get that distance. I don't know the exact drive time, but they're very close to overlapping. So I don't know for sure that they, based on this data, that they were together, but they could have been.
And I mean, I really thought my question was really simple. I know you think they could have been. I'm asking you, they may not have been. And you gave a very long answer, but you agree with me that you can't say that they were together at that time period at Potomac, correct?
Correct.
And while you track devices and the studies show that people are within arm's length of their devices, can you tell me one time while Mr. Tenon is away from Potomac that you can put Mario Fernandez with Henry Tenon?
Based on this data, no.
Okay. And based on the data, not a shred of evidence that Mr. Fernandez was with Mr. Tenon during that time period, correct?
There's no location in data, you know, during this time when Mr. Tenon's devices leave and then come back that I can show that on the 29th.
And there's not a shred of surveillance that has ever been provided to you that puts Mr. Fernandez with Mr. Tenon, correct?
I'm not aware of it, no.
You're not aware of any receipts or financial transactions that put Mr. Fernandez outside of the Potomac area during that time period, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
You're not aware of a single eyewitness that puts Mr. Fernandez outside of the Potomac address or area at the time that Mr. Tenon is gone, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
And you don't know whether Mr. Fernandez may have connected to the Wi-Fi at the residence in which he owns, correct?
Say, could you repeat the last one?
You don't know if when Mr. Fernandez arrives at Potomac, he connects to the Wi-Fi there.
I don't.
And of course, if he was there and there were data sessions, it wouldn't be picked up on these TA records, correct?
If he's using cellular or using Wi-Fi based data instead of cellular data if and when he connected to that Wi-Fi, I don't know if he did. You can't tell that based on the cellular records.
Exactly. And it's not uncommon for people to connect to Wi-Fi to places that they routinely go, correct?
It's not uncommon.
Thank you. You have a bunch of slides that reflect that Mr. Tenon went near the crime scene during that time period on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you even have a zoomed in slide. Can you find it for me, please? January 29th, where he's near. Like right here, right there. The long red line, there we go. We're looking at slide 26. This shows that you believe Mr. Tenon's device, and by extension of the studies, Mr. Tenon went to the crime scene on that day, correct?
Yes.
You have no evidence whatsoever that he went anywhere near Marsh Inlet, Mr. Fernandez's residence on that day, do you?
I don't think so, no.
February 15th. On February 15th, you have reason to believe, using the data, that Mr. Fernandez may have gone to his rental property in the morning?
Yes, the Potomac Avenue address, yes.
Okay. Mr. Tenon wasn't there?
During this time frame, his device is over where it's indicated with the 9 events here.
We're looking at slide 34.
Correct.
Easy answer is Mr. Tenon's not there, correct?
His device is not there.
His device isn't there. Thank you. And did you know that the area that it is in is Modison Pallets, where Mr. Tenon worked? Did anybody tell you that?
No.
This would be an example where Mr. Fernandez is at the rental property and Mr. Tenon is not at the rental property, correct?
In this instance, no, correct.
Yeah. Just like on the 29th, right?
On the 29th, when, you're just talking about Mr. Tenon's device is leaving.
Exactly.
Yeah, Mr. Fernandez's device remains in the area of that residence.
Similar fact, right?
Yes.
Now let's go to later in the afternoon. And again, in your layering concept that you told me about, would it be important to know that in the surveillance that this jury has already seen, that Mr. Fernandez oftentimes goes to the Potomac address more than one time in a single day? Would that help in your layering?
Not really. I mean, it shows a pattern of life, right? That may be good for an investigator to know. But for me, I'm looking at finite periods of time, showing where the devices are, where they move as best as I can.
You would agree with me, it gives the jury some perspective that he goes there more than one time in a single day, consistent with what you mapped, right?
I don't know that it pertains to my mapping. It's you can make whatever arguments you see fit.
Thank you, sir. I'll do that. And then later in the day, he goes back to the address for a short period of time, correct? Mr. Fernandez goes back to the Potomac address.
Yes.
Slide 35, Your Honor. But now, would you tell the jury, this time you believe the data shows that Mr. Fernandez gets to the rental property that he owns and Mr. Tenon is there, correct?
So between 4 and 4:29:25, Mr. Tenon's device is there.
I know, but let's break that down.
Okay.
Mr. Tenon leaves the property, doesn't he?
He does.
And he leaves before Mr. Fernandez leaves the property, correct?
Before his device does, yes.
Before his device does. Another example of when Mr. Fernandez is at the Potomac address and Mr. Tenon is not at the Potomac address, correct?
I would replace their names with their phones, but yes.
You would, the devices, because you maintain people are with their devices, right?
Usually, but
Okay.
we talked about this earlier, yes.
On the evening, moving to the 16th, which is the day of the homicide, let's go around slide 39. Okay. There's a lot of data on these slides. Would you agree at some point in time, and this is real talk, simple, I'm not trying to confuse it, it looks and it appears that Mr. Fernandez left his residence in the early afternoon or late, the early evening, around 5 o'clock. He travels west on Beach Boulevard. He turns around, he travels east on Beach Boulevard and drives home. Would you agree that that's pretty consistent with all of the slides from that time period?
It's a good way to put it.
I'm sorry?
That's a good way to put it.
Thank you. And now, again, no one's ever provided you any evidence that Mr. Fernandez left his home on the evening of the homicide, correct?
Left his home at what time frame? On the 16th?
Yeah, during the homicide. After he gets back from the Beach Boulevard, he goes west, then he goes east, he comes home. You have no surveillance that puts him outside of his home.
No.
You have no eyewitnesses that put him outside of his home.
No, not to my knowledge.
So you talk about TA records and that there could be a gap in the TA records and that it could be that his phone was off during the time of the homicide. That's what you told the jury yesterday.
It's possible.
It's possible. You also told the jury that these are all just snapshots in time, correct?
They are.
You also know, and I'm going to use your words, There can be blocks of time where network engineers just don't record time in advance for a particular market area.
That's true.
And you also know that when you got all the records that you've used to compile this data, it came with a warning, correct?
Yes.
If I just may have a moment, Your Honor, I got to switch gears. This is the warning that you received from T-Mobile?
It's a note on interpreting timing advance records. Yes, I've seen it or read it.
Would you read the first paragraph to the jury, please?
Your response includes timing advance records. TA records are not call records. TA records are specialized historical location records. They are based on tower registrations and are not dependent on a voice call, text message, or data session. TA records are stored by market as defined by T-Mobile Engineering. TA records are retained for 0 to 90 days. Retention varies by market. Timing advance data may not be available in every market, portion of a market, or for every IMSI, which is an account-specific number for a user on their network. And even if call records are found, there may be times when no timing advance records are available. Please exercise caution in using these records for investigative or prosecutorial purposes.
You are, in fact, using these for prosecutorial purposes.
Absolutely. And what they mean there is you need to know, understand them, and they're gracious enough to come and provide training directly from their network engineers to FBI CAST and other units.
And in their training, because you've already testified to it, you tell the juries that there are times where, I'm going to use your words, there are blocks of times where the network engineers just don't record timing advance for a particular market area. Those are your words.
Yes.
And this is what we're talking about, one of those times between approximately 7:10 and 8:20 p.m., right?
It could be, but I don't know that for sure.
Of course. So now let's go to the slide where it sort of shows the desolate time period that the prosecutor talked about at great length yesterday evening. This is showing that there is activity, TA records around 209, 210.
709, 710.
Yeah, I'm sorry. 2 being the month, 709 to 710, and then there's a gap.
Yes.
Between 820. That's what you were talking about. That's what T-Mobile's talking about, right?
Could be, possibly.
Okay, so now let's go. And this is it. This is the slide they showed you yesterday, where it just slide number 42, where it just shows like no pink. And it looks like nothing happened, right? This is a representative that there's no TA records during 7:11 to 8:19 p.m. That's the slide that you developed, correct?
As well as the note shows there's no outgoing or incoming text messages during the time frames noted.
Okay. Again, you don't know if he's connected to his home Wi-Fi, correct?
I don't know.
And let's go down to the slide that shows a bunch of TA records on the night of the homicide. Slide 49. So on this exhibit that you put together, different than the desolate one where it just shows nothing, you put all these TA records on the right-hand side, correct?
There are a lot of timing advance records, yes.
But let's focus on the top. There's a timing advance at 9:11:04, correct?
Yes.
There's not another one until 10:02, correct?
That's correct.
That's approximately a 52-minute section where there are no timing advance records, correct?
Yes.
And if you made a slide, if you wanted to, which you didn't, but if I asked you to, and I'm just going to ask the jury to visualize it, a slide, if the crime had occurred at 9:30, just for a moment, are you following me?
Yes.
If the crime occurred at 9:30, you could make an identical slide to the one I just asked you that say between 9:11:04 and 10:02 p.m. and it would look identical. There would be no TA records, correct?
Correct. There's no calls or text messages during that time frame either.
So when the government asked you yesterday and Ms. Stifler said something to the effect of, and it just happens to be that during the time of the homicide, there's no TA records, it was based on the slide that shows nothing, correct?
Is just, that is what it is. There's no records during that time.
And it is what it is that there's no records between 9:11 and 10:02 p.m., right? This is what it is. There are no records between that time period. And that's not something Mr. Fernandez can control, is it?
So potentially, yes. In some respects, you can not make phone calls. You can not use data. You can turn the phone off and not have connectivity. But there is this other potential reason with the network not recording timing advance, which it would explain lack of timing advance. It wouldn't necessarily explain the other data sets, but that's why I pointed out reasons for both yesterday, and you're pointing them out again. And those are the possibilities and the reasons behind it.
You just don't know, right?
No.
May I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Agent Blythe, do you see that there's a timing advance gap starting at 12:43 a.m. on the 17th?
About a 30-minute time frame.
Yeah, between 12:43:32 and 1:16 a.m. 14, and I'm referring to the same slide, Your Honor, slide 49.
That sort of gap in or lack of timing advance for a short period of time, 30 minutes, let's say, could be the phone being somewhat idle. Text messages, voice calls, using data, cellular data can generate those, as well as signaling when the phone's moving. But while the phone's just sitting there idle, there may be a little bit less.
Or I guess it could be argued that he turned his phone off and back on again, right?
It's possible.
Did you know law enforcement was there at approximately 12:36 that night? That's when they arrived?
I don't know when they arrived. No.
Okay. The jury heard and they'll make their determination, but I'm going to represent to you it was somewhere around 12:36 that they arrived to give the death notification to Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez, okay?
Okay.
And they were there past the 12:43 hour. So again, if Detective Burrell has testified that Mr. Fernandez wasn't playing with his phone, he wasn't fumbling with his phone, it would be likely that Mr. Fernandez did not turn his phone off at that time, right?
I wasn't there. I don't know if he had access to his phone, had it in his hand, in his pocket, or if it's sitting on the nightstand. I don't know.
All right, and then we talked about Pennsylvania, so I'm going to move on. And then you put some graphs together at the end that show a few different ways to visualize what you thought were some important historical pieces of information about when he uses his phone and when he doesn't. Is that a fair description?
It's just pattern of life is showing in a benign way just when the device is used more by frequency when the device is in use based on the call detail records.
That's what I was going to ask you about, based off call detail records, right?
Yes.
None of these charts factor in Wi-Fi whatsoever.
No.
So,
well, yeah. So text messages are indicated in the records. Calls go in the records even if they're over Wi-Fi. It's not including data sessions.
it's not including data sessions. You didn't factor in Wi-Fi into this equation whatsoever.
Well, a lot of the records are there, whether the phone's using Wi-Fi or not, in the call detail records.
I think my question was, you did not factor what's happening when he's connected to Wi-Fi during these time periods at all.
So again, that's why I was clear. It's based on the call detail records, and it doesn't necessarily account for other usages of the phone that aren't incorporating the cellular network.
Like gaming.
Oh, like gaming?
Gaming, like data sessions.
Correct.
The jurors learned that Mr. Fernandez was a big gamer. Did you know that?
No.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I just have one more moment with my colleagues?
Yes.
I have no further questions for the witness at this time, but I just need a minute to clean up my mess.
Sure. Ms. Stifler, do you have redirect?
Just 2 questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want to do it from counsel's table?
That would be fine.
Okay. Did you need the?
I might use just one of the slides quickly.
All right.
They don't have to wait
If
for
you
me.
could give them a moment.
I'll just use the Elmo. Thank you. these maps?
I'm trying to show a fair and accurate, reasonable representation visually of where the location of the phones were and the movement of those devices with the level of precision warranted by the data set.
So you speak for the data,
Yes.
and you don't have a position when it comes to the data. You map it as it's provided to you.
Yes.
One last question. You had a couple different types of data, in this case, timing advanced, cellular location data, and Google location data. In your career, have you ever mapped location data that you obtained from the download of a cellular device?
Yes.
What types of location data are available on a cellular device itself? Not from the provider, but right from the phone, plug it in and download it.
Right. So it's the same source that Google's getting the locations from. It's just transmitted to Google, like with the Henry Tenon 53. But the phone has several options to generate a estimated location. It could be the GPS receiver on the phone. It could be what's called Wi-Fi based locations, or the phone can see Wi-Fi access points around it, see the signal strength, and then estimate where its location is based on the location of known Wi-Fi access points around them. Third, it could be Bluetooth technology or cellular technology. The phone can see what cell phone towers it gets a signal from around it and can estimate a location as well.
Is that type of data more precise, similar to the Google location data you had for Henry Tenon 53 at Gmail?
Certainly the GPS, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth sourced locations, yes, those would be typically more precise. Cellular is just going to be similar to cell site in that it's a broader estimated location.
So if you had the ability, if data was available on Mr. Fernandez's phone, with location data, it's possible you could more precisely map the location of his device during some of these time periods,
Yes.
if that data existed and was available to you.
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further for this witness? Just on those points, correct? Okay.
Do you know if on the night of the homicide, when they gave a death notification, they asked for Mr. Fernandez's phone?
I don't.
Do you know when his phone was collected via warrant?
I do not.
Certainly law enforcement can get warrants, they can stop people, and they can collect their devices, correct?
Yes.
And generally, the suspect doesn't know when that's going to happen, correct? Now, this is directly to her asking questions about other people's phones and other investigations, what information he could use if he
All right,
had it.
stop. I'll overrule the objection. You can ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. People don't generally know when their devices are going to get seized.
No.
And in this particular case, a warrant was issued approximately 11 months after the homicide for Mr. Fernandez's phone. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
And that's when they got it, 11 months later, right? If that's true. That's when you would have had that ability to look at that phone when law enforcement seizes it, right?
Yes.
And in your expertise, nowadays, people are extremely reliant on their cell phones, correct?
Yes.
New cell phones come out regularly, correct?
Yes.
And people get new cell phones fairly often.
Every couple years.
Some people more than that, right?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Stifler? May the witness be excused or
Maybe excused.
subject to recall or no?
Sure, we'll do him subject to recall just in case.
Right. Agent, you understand what that means?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you can step down now. Please stay in contact with the attorneys.
Yes, ma'am.
The next witness, is it a longer or shorter witness?
Probably going to be about an hour.
Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to take our mid-morning break. We'll give, the court will give you 15 minutes, so we'll return back at 10:50. Leave your notepads on your chair, please.
exhibits with defense this morning, and we're entering these into evidence by stipulation of both parties.
Okay,
That's correct, Your Honor.
thank you, Mr. Hill. And Ms. Stifler, if you could go over them.
Yes,
All right,
States 9G coming in as 213, Google deletion markers, secondary database. 9F coming in as 212, Google deletion markers, primary database. States I coming in as 215, Google deletion data by process data bar graph. And 9H coming in as 214, CDR mediations, Mario Fernandez Saldana with highlights.
thank you. Are both sides ready?
Yes, Your Honor. May the state and I approach briefly just for scheduling?
Okay. All right, let's bring in the jury, Ms. Gordon. I don't know what that means.
I know, I can't see.
Somebody get a hold of AJ. I don't.
Your Honor, the jurors are entering the courtroom.
Thank you. Welcome back in. Everyone may be seated. Ms. Stifler of the state will call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Lindsay Butler.
Lindsay Butler, please. Will you please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Ma'am, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
This way. Watch your step, please. There's an incline. Can you get rid of that cup, Ms. Gordon? Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Butler. Could you please introduce yourself to our jurors?
Good morning. My name is Lindsay Butler.
And Ms. Butler, what is your occupation?
I'm currently a physical security analyst for the North American Electric Reliability Corporation.
And who was your previous employer?
I was previously employed by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, or the ATF.
And could you speak up just a little bit? You're a little soft-spoken. I want to make sure we can hear you okay.
Yes.
How many years were you with the ATF?
I was with the ATF for approximately 5 years.
And what was your position there?
I was an intelligence research specialist.
Can you describe for the jury what an intelligence research specialist does?
Sure. So we receive data, we interpret the data, we analyze the data, and we assist investigators who are investigating a variety of crimes, both state and federal.
Was your position with ATF a civilian position?
Yes, it was.
You're not sworn law enforcement.
Correct.
And can you give the jurors a brief outline of your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in criminal justice from Virginia Commonwealth University and a master's in criminal justice from the University of Cincinnati.
And can you describe for the jurors, today you'll be testifying about your analysis in this case involving cell phones, Google data, and toll records. Can you give the jurors an idea of the training and the training and education you've had in those types of data, the analysis of that type of data?
Sure. So when I started with ATF, I attended a virtual IRS intelligence research specialist basic training program where we covered toll records in our software called PLX. I also attended an advanced IRS techniques course in August of 2021. I attended a PLX advanced course, which covered the analysis and review of toll records in December of 2021. In August of 2022, I attended a 4-week in-person academy, Intelligence Research Specialist Academy, and then I also attended the FBI's CAST cell phone analysis training in the summer of 2023.
You're trained in CAST, in PLX, and utilizing Cellbrite and other applications to review different types of data.
Yes.
I want to talk about your involvement in this case. Back in 2022, were you employed as, and I'm going to call it IRS for short, as an IRS with the ATF?
Yes, I was.
And were you assigned to the Jacksonville office in 2022?
Yes, I was.
How did you become involved in the homicide investigation into the murder of Jared Bridegan?
I was notified by an ATF special agent that the homicide had occurred, and I was asked to assist in the investigation.
Can you describe for the jury what your role as an IRS is in an investigation like a homicide?
Sure. So I would review various types of records, assist investigators with interpreting those records, provide investigative leads, things of that nature.
And in this case, you did some preliminary cell site and timing advanced mapping to assist the investigators.
Yes.
And then later coordinated with Agent Blythe with the FBI regarding that mapping and data.
Correct.
Do you participate in investigation to the extent of a sworn law enforcement officer, like going out in the field, interviewing witnesses, collecting evidence?
No, I do not interview witnesses or directly collect evidence.
And you don't write any reports about your work?
Correct.
You mentioned something called toll records, which is a big portion of what your testimony is going to be today. Can you tell the jury what toll records are?
Sure. So toll records are essentially kind of like the call log that you all have on your phones. It's records that we receive directly from the cell phone provider, and it provides information such as date, time, the number that the phone is communicating with, the duration, the direction, things of that nature.
And in this case, where you provided toll records for several different individuals to include Henry Tenon, Mario Fernandez Saldana, Shanna Gardner, John Biggerstaff, among others, but mainly the focus of what we're going to talk about here today.
Yes, I was.
Where you also provided Google data returns for Henry Tenon, Mario Fernandez, and John Biggerstaff in this case.
Yes, I was.
Let me pull up my PowerPoint for everyone. I'm starting with what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 214. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here on your screen? And it's really hard to read. Don't worry, we'll explain what it is.
This is a Excel spreadsheet containing the toll records for the telephone number 904-566-2633 for the time frame January 1st, 2022 to August 23rd, 2022. Those dates and times were pulled in UTC time, so that's why there's a little bit of a difference when you get down into the data.
So this is a spreadsheet. You did some conversions for UTC time.
I did.
And are these the same records or substantially the same records other than you've included highlighting and a UTC conversion as the toll records for Mario Fernandez received through T-Mobile, which is State's Exhibit 179?
Yes.
The jury's going to have both, but for ease of interpreting them, they've heard briefly what UTC is, but could you give them a refresher?
Sure. So UTC stands for Coordinated Universal Time, and it's the standard used to establish time zones across the world. So UTC is at UTC 0. In order to get to Eastern Standard Time in the winter months or Eastern Daylight Times in the summer months, you have to subtract hours from the UTC time. So when we need to get to Eastern Standard Time, we subtract 5 hours from the UTC time. When we need to get to Eastern Daylight Time, we subtract 4 hours from the UTC time.
Looking at States Exhibit 214, as an example to the jury, the first entry for January 1st, 2022, column A is going to be the date of the transaction, meaning some kind of communication on your cell phone, cellular device with this phone number. And this time here, can you explain the difference between columns B and C and what you've done to make this easier to interpret?
Sure. So I took the date and time represented in columns A and B. I combined them together. Then I adjusted the date and time so it would reflect for January 1st, Eastern Standard Time. So it's UTC minus 5 hours.
So later, if the jury's looking at these records and they want to know the correct date and time for Jacksonville, Florida, our time zone, would they look in column C?
Yes.
So for example, on transaction line 2, we see 1/1/2022, 1/30/06, and in column C, we see 12/31/21, 20/30/06. What is the adjusted time for the correct time zone?
We subtracted 5 hours.
And we ended up with 20/30/06, which is going to be 8:30 p.m.
Right, on December 31st.
And those are in military time, so hopefully someone knows how to subtract 12 in that jury room. Call type, what is column E going to show us?
The call type shows the type of communication represented in that row. So SMS would be an SMS message. There will be calls represented as well. MTC is a mobile terminating call. So that's a call that's coming into the device that we're looking at. MOC is a mobile originating call. That's a call that's going from the device that's we're looking at. And there's also RCS messages, which is rich content messages, which is kind of just more of a modern text service.
So when we look in the column E, we see MOC and MTC are going to be calls, incoming and outgoing. SMSC and that rich messaging, if I can find one. Here we go. RCS, IM chat. Are these just different ways to indicate a chat or text feature like you use when you're texting?
Yes.
And then there's also a column here, column D, for duration. For our calls, not text messages, there will be indicated in seconds the length of a phone connection.
Yes.
Column F, what is this going to indicate?
That indicates the direction of the voice call.
For voice calls, and sometimes we can get that on chats, but not text messages.
If you keep scrolling down to the RCS.
There we go.
Yes, so the RCS IM chats are all going to reflect as outgoing. It's just recording the existence of an RCS chat at that time.
And then G, column G is going to indicate what?
That's going to be the calling number, so the number who initiated the communication.
So for example, in transaction line 4, we see the calling number is 904-566-2633, which is attributed to Mr. Fernandez. That means he is making the call. The call is originating from his phone number.
He is sending the SMS chat, SMS message.
Yes. And then here, a called number is at the receiving phone number for the SMS or the outgoing phone calls or the RCMS.
Yes.
For example, in this one, line 4, we see the called number at 708-4571. They will have a chart of phone numbers back there, but is that the phone number for Shanna Gardner?
Yes.
And you've done some highlighting here also for ease of interpreting these records relevant to this investigation. We have a cell color coding. So all the calls highlighted in green are going to involve an individual phone number attributed to a Shanna Gardner.
Yes.
The blue calls are going to be attributed to the phone number for John Biggerstaff,
Yes.
yellow for Henry Tenon,
Yes.
purple for Janie Deal, which we'll get to later in your testimony.
Yes.
And then here, we've got 3 phone numbers listed from Mr. Fernandez's toll records, a secondary phone number for Henry Tenon, a phone number for Kirsten Bridegan, and a phone number for Jared Bridegan. And there were no transactions in these records for those numbers.
Correct.
Okay, so I want to talk about some specific dates of interest within his toll records. Beginning with January 29th, 2022. And everyone's got to be a little bit patient with me trying to scroll through all these records. All right, so we have beginning on transaction line 1402 through transaction line 1451, all the tolls attributed. Well, actually, I'm going to do this the other way. We're going to look at the UTC conversion in column C. We've got 1453 as the last transaction on the 29th, and 1407 as the first transaction on the 29th.
Yes.
I'm interested, one, these yellow highlights, what does that indicate about who these transactions are occurring with on January 29th, 2022?
Those are communications with the phone number attributed to Henry Tenon.
And the adjusted time on these in column C is, these appear to be SMS. Would that be text messages?
Yes.
The adjusted time appears to be 13:13:02, 13:13:13, 13:15:13, and 13:15:26.
Yes.
We can see here that these messages are, 3 of the messages originated from Mr. Fernandez's cell phone to Mr. Tenon's phone. 1 of the messages originated from Mr. Tenon's phone to Mr. Fernandez's phone.
Correct.
And what is the time in converted time from military to, or how we Americans like to say it? What are the times of these communications and transactions?
1:13 and 2 seconds p.m., 1:13 and 13 seconds p.m., 1:15 and 13 seconds p.m., and 1:15 and 26 seconds p.m.
And we see here that there is some activity initiated by this phone number, meaning presumably initiated by Mr. Fernandez to send text messages.
Correct.
I'm going to call that active usage by the phone holder or the phone subscriber. Between this 1:15:26 p.m. text message outgoing from Mr. Fernandez to Mr. Tenon, is there any other active cell phone usage on the part of Mr. Fernandez or whoever's holding his phone in the time frames between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m.?
No.
So there's no indication that this phone number, Mr. Fernandez's phone number, actively was utilizing cell phone towers to send messages or to make calls during this time frame.
Not based on these records, no.
And here we see at 15:43:16, 17:10:14, and 18:38:22 on lines 1444, 1445, and 1446. Incoming text messages from a 2300 number. Based on your knowledge of toll records, as best you can, what does this show?
Based on my understanding, this could mean a number of things. This could mean some sort of network routing that's being done through the device. It could mean a notification of some sort. It could be a short code received. There's a couple of different things that it could mean.
Does it indicate any active use or activity by the cell phone belonging to Mario Fernandez to somebody else?
Not based on my understanding, no.
And then the next contact after these texts with Mr. Tenon and these unknown notifications, we have a text message coming into Mr. Fernandez's phone at 18:41 on the 29th, which would be 6:41 p.m.
Yes.
And who is that text message from?
Ms. Gardner.
So on the 29th, just to recap, there is no active cellular usage by this phone number during the time frame between 2 p.m. Well, actually, the last active we have would be what? 1:15 p.m. And then the next outgoing text from Mr. Fernandez is going to be 6:55 p.m.
That's correct.
I want to move ahead to February 16th of 2022. And by the way, here as I'm scrolling, did you notate every single transaction that you observed between Mario Fernandez and a phone number ending in 7612 belonging to Henry Tenon in yellow?
Yes, I did.
So as we scroll through, we'll see, and I'll get to that in a minute, but did you observe transaction and communication activity between Mario Fernandez and Henry Tenon in January, February, March, and April of 2022?
Yes, I did.
So we're moving ahead. We see some highlighted transactions on February 15th, 2022 between Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Tenon, beginning in lines 2, 3, 6, 4, and continuing on. And on that same date, we see highlighted in blue a number of transactions, and whose phone is indicated by the blue highlights.
That's the number attributed to John Biggerstaff.
So on February 15th, we have communications with Mr. Tenon and then communications with Mr. Biggerstaff.
Correct.
Moving to the 16th, I want to talk about a time frame. So beginning with our corrected from UTC to Eastern Standard Time in column C, the first transaction for 2/16/22 here on 2419. And we'll go through this date. Can you give me the times of the communications here in blue on February 16th with Mr. Biggerstaff?
Sure. 3:43 p.m., 3:43 p.m., 3:46 p.m., 4:23 p.m., 4:23 p.m., 4:23 p.m., 4:23 p.m., 4:26 p.m., and 10:46 p.m.
Here we see an incoming call to Mr. Fernandez's phone on February 16th. What time did this call come in?
6:08 p.m.
And then we have an SMSC originating from that 2300 unknown notification. What time did that notification come in?
6:29 p.m.
And lastly, we see an incoming phone call. And what time did that come in?
7:09 p.m.
Ms. Butler, you had mapped data previously. Have you had the opportunity to review Agent Bobby Bly's slides regarding timing advanced data mapping from Mr. Fernandez's phone on February 16th?
Yes.
And we have here on States Exhibit 182, slide 41. Have you seen this slide previously?
I have.
And it shows here a timing advanced transaction at 7:09:53 p.m. And does that generally correspond with the last cellular activity on his phone during this time frame here in line 2441?
Yes.
Is there any cellular transactions between 7:09 and actually I'll just ask you this. When is the next cellular transaction in the records after that 7:09 p.m. on February 16th?
10:46 p.m.
Are there any cellular activities between those two timeframes in these records?
No.
And you've reviewed Agent Bly's slide that also indicates there are no timing advance records for an overlapping portion of time to the toll records that you reviewed.
Correct.
I want to talk about, I'm showing you a chart that you made for demonstrative purposes for today's testimony. Can you explain to me what we are seeing here in this chart?
This is a chart of the number of communications between the phone number attributed to Mr. Fernandez and the phone number attributed to Mr. Tenon between January 1st, 2022 to August 23rd, 2022. And this reflects the adjusted time zone from UTC.
And when you are including communications, what are you including in this tally as to the total amounts?
I'm including any record that was present in the toll records that were returned from the cell phone provider.
That include incoming calls, outgoing calls, and text messages or chats.
Yes.
We see here in January of 2022, there were 26 communications between Mr. Tenon and Mr. Fernandez, or at least those phone numbers associated with them.
Yes.
In February, how many communications were there between the two of them?
37,
In March,
32,
in April,
21,
in May,
9,
in June,
5,
in July,
2,
in August.
0.
I'm showing you, as for demonstrative purposes, Mario Fernandez Saldana's communications with John Biggerstaff for the same time frame. And similar to the last one, did you include all incoming, outgoing calls, text messages, and chats?
Yes.
And here, how many communications between Mr. Fernandez's number and Mr. Biggerstaff's number were there in January of 2022?
27,
February,
70,
March,
0,
April,
42,
May,
55,
June,
84,
July,
91,
and August.
45.
And your toll records for Mr. Fernandez only go through August of 2022?
For this exhibit, yes.
I want to ask about one more date in these records. Actually, two more dates. As I'm scrolling, we're seeing there's a lot of transactions in green from Ms. Gardner. I want to ask about these transactions here for March 10th of 2022. Highlighted in yellow, beginning on line 4185 through lines 4192. These are transactions with Mr. Tenon, and can you go through them, just these few highlighted ones, line from line, and say what time they were and what type of communication, and from whom to whom?
Sure. The first one was all on March 10th at 3:16 p.m., a text message from Mr. Tenon to Mr. Fernandez. The second was at 3:17 p.m., a text message from Mr. Tenon to Mr. Fernandez. The third was at 3:28 p.m., a text message from Mr. Fernandez to Mr. Tenon. The next one was at 3:36 p.m., a voice call from Mr. Fernandez to Mr. Tenon. At 3:48 p.m., another voice call from Mr. Fernandez to Mr. Tenon. At 4:12 p.m., a text message from Mr. Fernandez to Mr. Tenon. And then finally at 4:36 p.m., an incoming voice call from Mr. Tenon to Mr. Fernandez.
And we see some of these calls include duration data. For this call on line 4188, how long was the duration of that call?
4 seconds.
And then here at this call on 4192, what was the duration of this call?
1,638 seconds.
About how long is that? How many minutes would that be?
I believe it's approximately 27 minutes.
And I ask about that date specifically because as part of your investigation, did you pull those records and provide them to detectives based on a specific date being of interest to you all?
Yes, I did.
And what was the date of interest to you when you looked at these records and pulled those March 10th phone calls?
Based on my understanding, on March 9th, the Jacksonville Beach Police Department released images of the suspect vehicle, the blue Ford F-150, to the media.
Do you know the total duration of minutes total from these records between Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Tenon for these transactions from January through July of 2022? How many minutes total did they speak over this 7 month time period?
It was over 10,000 seconds, approximately 176 minutes, which is approximately 3 hours.
And then here with Mr. Biggerstaff on Mr. Fernandez's phone, the tolls indicate that they were in communication in January, February, and April of 2022.
Correct.
All right, I'm going to move on to Mr. Fernandez's Google return. And I'm going to, this is going to be State's Exhibit 185. Did you receive a return from Google for Mr. Fernandez's Google account linked to his Gmail address?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what a Google return is? Is it like a cloud?
Sure, it's could be considered equivalent to the iCloud for Apple devices, but it contains a ton of records, quite frankly, for the Google account. So it'll have search history, YouTube history, sometimes it has location data, email content, messages, photos, just everything having to do with that account.
I want to talk about some exhibits that you thought were of interest that you pulled for investigation purposes in this case. Beginning with, when you receive a Google return, is this how it looks to you when you're viewing it through your Axiom program?
Yes.
And we see here evidence sources 2, and there is one return here and one return there. Can you explain to the jury what this screen indicates?
Sure, so the return on the left was the first return received, and it covered the time period from January 1st, 2022 to April 15th, 2022. The return on the right is the second Google return that was received, and that covers the time period from November 1st, 2021 to March 27th, 2023.
Do you remember when investigators, first of all, do you have to obtain these by a search warrant?
Yes.
Do you remember when these returns were returned from Google?
I don't know the exact date, but it would have been after the end date listed in the return.
Was there a time gap between law enforcement's receipt of the return number 1 to return number 2?
Yes.
I'm starting with the first return you received in States 185. When you were reviewing it, did you look in the contacts to see if Henry Tenon was a listed contact in Mr. Fernandez's Google Cloud?
I did.
And here we see, is this how you search? This is a screenshot. Is this how you search and find those contacts in that Axiom report?
Yes.
And there's a highlight there, and it says Henry at Potomac, and over here we see the artifact information. Whose phone number is that so that we can attribute it to whoever Henry at Potomac is?
That's Henry Tenon's phone number.
And he has him listed there as Henry at Potomac. Moving on to the return number 2, law enforcement received this return after the first one. Did you also review to see if Mr. Tenon was a contact in the second Google Cloud return for Mr. Fernandez?
I did.
And here is the contact list. Was Mr. Tenon a contact in Mr. Fernandez's Google return in the second return law enforcement received?
No, he was not.
I want to talk to you about some analysis you did of deletion data in Mr. Fernandez's Google account. Are you able to go into someone's Google return and see if they have deleted data from their Google account?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury where you look and how you find that?
Sure. So within the Google return, there's a folder called My Activity that contains information about activity associated with the account for different Google products. So there'll be Chrome data in there, search data. There's also a folder titled Deletion Markers. And within that folder, there is a file that contains the records of the deletions processed from the account.
Did you pull spreadsheet reports of the Google deletion data in Mario Fernandez's Google returns?
Yes.
I'm going to start by showing you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 202. And this looks like Greek to me, but can you explain to us what this shows?
So this primary file, based on my understanding, contains information about bulk deletions of data or mass deletions of data. So this would be if a user requests the entirety of their search history to be deleted, the entirety of their YouTube history to be deleted. Google refers to them as corpus deletions.
And these specific exhibits, did you pull Google deletion for a specific time frame?
I reviewed all of the Google deletions that were available.
In coming to understand and learn how to interpret these records, have you personally yourself had training or conversations with members of Google in order to understand and interpret these records?
I did speak with members of Google's law enforcement team, yes.
I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 213, which is the secondary database of Google deletion records. Can you explain to the jury what is contained in, based on your experience and your conversations with the Google law enforcement team, what's contained in this database?
So column A is going to be the date and time in UTC. That's what that Z means, that the deletion was processed from the account. The column B has the original event timestamp, so the date and time of the original record that's being deleted. And column C has the product associated with the deletion in that row.
And here in the secondary database, we see that there was a total of 11,511, well, 510 if we take out the top deletion markers. But I want to ask you about specific time frame. Did you look at deletion markers for a specific time frame in this case?
I mapped all of the deletions, and when I did that, it allowed me to focus in on a more specific time frame.
Was there a statistical, I won't say outlier, but something of statistical significance to you when you mapped the deletion of the Google records?
Yes.
And have you prepared a chart showing that deletion rate over time?
Yes.
And does that chart fairly and accurately show the data when it's mapped out in terms of the volume?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as States Exhibit 215. This is a Google deletion data by processed date chart. And can you explain to the jury what we're seeing here?
Sure. So this is using the secondary database that we just viewed, or the secondary spreadsheet that we just viewed. And it is breaking down the number of processed deletions by date for the entire time period that we had records for.
And as a data analyst looking at this chart, what stood out to you as being of potentially evidentiary value?
March 1st of 2022.
And why did that date stand out to you?
Because there were over 5,000 processed deletions on that date.
And was the date, did you look at the time and date range of these deletions?
I did.
When they started and when they ended? And can you give the jury idea of when they began?
Sure. So for the March 1st date specifically, the deletions started early in the morning, approximately 06:11 hours. And I'm not sure exactly when they ended, but the bulk of the deletions on that day were at 06:11.
And during your work on this case, was there something significant in the investigation that occurred on March 1st of 2022?
Yes.
What was that?
That was the date that Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner were interviewed by Jacksonville Beach Police for the first time.
And to your knowledge, Mr. Fernandez spoke to Jacksonville Beach Police on February 28th to arrange to come in on March 1st for his interview.
I believe that the contact was made through Ms. Gardner, who then contacted Mr. Fernandez.
And are these deletions prior to when he would have arrived at the Jacksonville Beach Police Department for his interview?
Yes.
Speaking of February 28th into March 1st, 2022, when you were reviewing Mr. Fernandez's Google return, did you also find internet searches that appeared to be of evidentiary value?
Yes.
Can you explain what those were?
Sure. So in the evening of February 28th, this would be at approximately 6:02 p.m. Around that time, there were multiple records that indicated that there were searches or viewing of maps associated with areas in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, as well as North Carolina.
And did you also review and obtain evidence related to cell site data from Agent Blythe that Mr. Fernandez had driven to North Carolina and then Pennsylvania after his interview with police at the Jacksonville Beach Police Department beginning March 2nd?
Yes.
Did you do any investigation into the nature of that trip and look up any toll records or financial records related to his trip to North Carolina and Pittsburgh?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe for the jury what records you reviewed?
I reviewed toll records. I reviewed financial records that came back. I reviewed receipts that were obtained by the detectives, among other things.
And what stood out to you from your review of those records as being potentially of evidentiary value?
In North Carolina, it appeared that Mr. Fernandez visited a Walmart and purchased what could be described as toiletry items. And then as he continued his trip up north, there were multiple phone calls to hotels in the Pittsburgh area and ultimately a reservation that was made.
And how many nights did he make a reservation for at a hotel in Pittsburgh?
2 nights.
And how many, according to your review of toll records and the cell site records, how many nights did he actually stay?
1 night.
And let's talk about a little bit about the phone activity during this time frame. From March 2nd to March 6th. Particularly on that March 6th, that day that he came back, was he communicating with anybody of significance in the investigation?
He had multiple communications with Miss Gardner.
Was there anyone else's phone number that stood out to you as being potentially of interest to you in reviewing his toll records during that trip?
Mr. Fernandez communicated with Miss Gardner's father, Sterling Gardner, as well as Miss Gardner's sister.
Since the jury hasn't seen it yet, I'm going to show you the documents that you recovered as part of the investigation. Is this a receipt that members of Jacksonville Beach Police Department obtained for Mr. Fernandez at the Walmart you spoke about in North Carolina? Hold on. State's Exhibit 195.
Yes.
And you said that he purchased some, what you would consider to be toiletry items.
Yes.
Why were these records, the toll records, the financial transactions, the searches, and the cell site data, why was that significant to you?
It seemed that the trip might not have been planned very far in advance, and it also coincided with the CPT interviews that were being conducted of the 2 juvenile children in this case.
I want to talk to you next about the Google return you received for John Biggerstaff. This is going to be contained in State's Exhibit 187. Did you receive a Google Cloud return for John Biggerstaff similar to the one you received for Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
And was that received via search warrant?
Yes.
So here on State's I'm going to publish to everyone. Here on State's Exhibit 187, we see a extraction report for a Google return, and this shows user accounts. Can you explain to the jury what user accounts are?
So these are accounts that are associated with the Google account that the search warrant was obtained for.
And we see here we have biggerstaffjohn904@gmail.com and a user ID for a Google account. Were you able to search through Mr. Biggerstaff's Google Cloud, including his web searches and web browser history?
Yes.
And in doing a web search, did you find some searches involving firearms and ammunition?
Yes.
Before we get to that, was the date of those searches significant to you based on cellular data that you had mapped and that later Agent Blythe had mapped?
Yes.
And what date are we talking about?
January 25th of 2022.
And what had the cellular data shown about January 25th, 2022?
It showed that Mr. Fernandez's device was in the area of Mr. Biggerstaff's residence from approximately 1500 to 1630 hours, so approximately 3 p.m. to 4:30 p.m.
And when you were going through Mr. Biggerstaff's search history for that date, January 25th, 2022, what type of searches did you find?
I found searches for 10 millimeter, the search says 10 millimeter Glock pistol, and that was at 8:15 p.m. on January 25th.
And these are not converted out of UTC the way that Google has them here. So it's when it says UTC, does that mean the jury needs to subtract 4 hours?
Subtract 5 hours.
5 hours. So we're still in Eastern Standard Time.
Yes.
Subtract 5 hours. So explain to the jury, is this how the data appears to you when you look at the Google records?
It is.
We have on our slide here 3 searches. The first one, Glock 20 Gen 4. Second is 10 millimeter Glock pistol, and third is 10 millimeter Glock pistol. And then the next slide, we see in the same time frame a Chrome search. And what does this indicate?
It's indicating that the account visited the website listed here, so guns.com, looking at Glock G20 Gen 4s.
And are you able in the return to actually see a screenshot of the page that was visited captured at the time that it was visited?
Yes.
And so moving through the slides we have here, is this what Mr. Biggerstaff would have visited at guns.com when he clicked on those Chrome searches?
I cannot say that this is exactly what he would have seen, but this is what pulls up when you click that link.
And we see a couple photographs of Glock Gen 20, G20 Gen 4 10mm pistols. What else did Mr. Biggerstaff search for? And can you give us a date and time of these searches?
Sure. So this one has the bottom two are the searches that we talked about on the last slide. The top one is a search on January 25th, 2022 at 8:17 p.m., for a 9mm Smith & Wesson pistol.
And then for the following slide.
These are searches for 10mm pistols.
And then on this slide, can you give us a date and time and what he was searching?
Sure. So this would be January 24th at 9:03 p.m. for pin on hidden gun case. The middle one says that he visited, or the account visited Willa Hyde, introduces all no hidden storage furniture line, and then additional searches at the top for pin on hidden gun case.
Okay, the last date I want to ask you about of being of some significance is August 18th, 2022. Was that a significant date in the investigation?
Yes.
And why was that a significant date?
That was the date that Henry Tenon was initially arrested for driving-related charges.
And starting August 18th on line 19722, this is at 7:57 a.m. That's the first contact that day. At the next line, 19723, can you tell us what time and date this call was?
That was August 18th at 8:33 a.m.
And was Mr. Tenon already in custody at that point?
Yes, he was.
And this is indicated in purple as an outgoing phone call from Mr. Fernandez to this phone number, duration 7 seconds. Whose phone number is this in purple?
That phone number has been attributed to Janie Deal.
And who is Janie Deal?
She is Henry Tenon's girlfriend.
Was this the first, last, and only phone call to Ms. Deal and Mr. Tenon's toll records for this time period from January 1st to August 23rd, 2022?
Yes, it was.
Last thing I'm going to show you is State's Exhibit 207. As part of your IRS duties, you also do research on individuals, obtaining photographs, background information, associated addresses, that type of
Yes.
information. And did you find a photograph of Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner that was taken after the death of Jared Bridegan?
Yes.
Is this the photograph here in States 207?
Yes.
Where did you obtain that photograph?
I obtained this photograph from a blog, shelly.com.
And who is Shelley?
Shelley Gardner is Shanna Gardner's mother.
And do you remember approximately what date this photograph was posted?
Let me check my notes. I believe this was posted in March of 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, you all wanted to take the break, correct? Is that right? Yes?
Correct.
Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch recess at this time. We will return back in session at 1 p.m. Thank you. Court's in recess. there anything we need to take up prior to bringing in the jury? All right, let's bring in the jury. Okay, it's 1 o'clock. Don't let the jurors know that we'll be with them in like 3 minutes.
Your Honor, the jurors are entering the courtroom.
Thank you. welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated. All right, before we get started, I want to confirm with the jurors that even though you had your devices over the lunch recess, did you follow the communication rules? If you could answer out loud. Yes. All right, thank you. Mr. Hill, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Butler.
Good afternoon.
My name is James Hill. I didn't get to meet you during your deposition. It's nice to meet you this afternoon.
Nice to meet you as well.
My understanding, you're now in the private sector, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
In this particular case, you specialize, I believe that it was IRS,
Yes, that's the abbreviation for my position.
and that was your primary and only duty in this case?
Yes,
You reviewed thousands of records, countless hours working, in essence, to help the investigative team try to narrow down to specific suspects. Is that accurate?
yes,
And in that in particular, with regards to Mario Fernandez, is it your understanding that he was in essence a person of interest almost starting on day one?
I can't classify what law enforcement classified him as, but I was told about Mr. Fernandez on February 17th. Yes, sir.
So immediately after the homicide, you began to at least research into him.
Yes, sir.
This also included Shanna Gardner,
Yes.
John Biggerstaff,
I didn't begin to research into Mr. Biggerstaff immediately, no.
but ultimately John Biggerstaff and Henry Tenon, correct?
Correct.
Among other people.
Yes.
I know that the state presented a photograph to you of Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner. That was located on a blog by Ms. Gardner's mother.
The blog is run by Ms. Gardner's mother, yes.
Did you also do investigation into Shelley and Sterling Gardner?
I wouldn't say that I did an investigation into them. I became familiar with them through the course of my investigation.
Was it only the blog that you were investigating?
I believe I might have done some social media searches, but as far as documentation, the blog.
And I'm kind of going out of order, but you would agree nothing in the blog where you pulled that photograph provided any further relevant information regarding Mario Fernandez and the homicide of Jared Bridegan. You would agree with that?
I would agree with that.
That was just a photograph of husband and wife together that was posted on Mr. Fernandez's mother-in-law's blog.
Right. The purpose was to understand the activities before and after the homicide.
And you were able to learn through that research somewhat about the Gardner family and their finances. Is that correct?
Yes.
Specifically, Sterling and Shelley Gardner, that they're wealthy individuals.
Yes.
Would you agree that primarily through your research, the finances that Mr. Fernandez had were primarily tied to his marriage to Shanna Gardner?
I didn't do enough financial research into Mr. Fernandez to be able to answer that definitively.
Were you able to determine he earned an income from his rental properties?
I don't recall looking into that specifically, no.
Now, I want to draw your attention back to the actual night of the homicide, February 16th. You provided some testimony that you made a determination that his phone was not communicating with the network during certain times.
Correct. There were no cellular transactions during certain times.
And that was information that ultimately was utilized by Agent Blythe?
It wasn't utilized by Agent Blythe. I discussed it with Agent Blythe.
But you're not an expert in that particular area, correct?
I am not, no.
So you're not able to draw any type of opinion from an expert standpoint as to what the lack of records or the presence of records actually means.
Correct. I conducted preliminary analysis to provide investigative leads.
And there's no dispute that there was also network data gaps at other points in that same evening.
That's correct.
My understanding is that that could be for several different reasons. A person could have their cell phone powered off, would be one reason.
Yes, sir.
Their phone could be placed in airplane mode.
Yes.
And for other reasons.
That's correct.
And that could be pretty broad. You would agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Some of that entirely out of the control of the person that actually possesses the device.
I would say that's fair.
For instance, T-Mobile, as it applies to Mr. Fernandez, whatever T-Mobile may be doing from a network standpoint would be outside of the control of someone with a T-Mobile device.
That's correct.
So if there's no timing advance records for a particular time period, and it's not because the phone is off or in airplane mode, that would be outside of the control of the user. Would you agree with that?
It could be.
And you're not able to testify specifically as to that first gap, as to whether or not it's off, airplane mode, or other. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
And I believe you were also asked about some other gaps that were later that evening. Would you be surprised to know that law enforcement has testified in this trial that they made contact with Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner during one of those timing advance gaps?
I would not be surprised. I know that law enforcement did make contact with them.
And further, that they made no observations of Mr. Fernandez fumbling with his phone, turning it off, turning it on, or otherwise?
Sure.
And would you agree that that could be evidence that in fact there is a networking issue, at least during the time period where law enforcement is watching and seeing him during one of those timing advance gaps?
I would say based on my understanding, it's possible, but I can't say one way or another.
So with any of the gaps that the state has elicited and that I brought up, you're not able to actually offer any testimony as to what the actual reason for that timing gap is.
No, I'm not.
And certainly you can't say that any of those timing gaps specifically implicate Mr. Fernandez in the homicide of Jared Bridegan.
I can only say that there are gaps.
Only say that there are gaps.
Yes.
As to why there's gaps, you cannot say.
Correct.
Now, my understanding, you did further analysis 30 days prior to the homicide, the day of, and 30 days post-homicide. For a total of 61 days, you looked to compare to see if there were other gaps in network connectivity. Is that correct?
Yes. And
the specific gap that was referenced was 1910 to 2019, which is what people refer to as military time, but that would be 7:10 p.m. to 8:19 p.m. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And that's the time gap that the state had referenced that they believe is that Mr. Fernandez had his phone off during the homicide. Whether that's true, you're not able to testify that, but that is the time period in which you researched. Is that correct?
That's the gap around the time of the homicide.
Yes, ma'am. And as you just mentioned, you did somewhat of a historical analysis for pre-homicide and post-homicide for that exact same time period, correct?
Yes, I did.
And because that particular time period is significant, you wanted to see if that ever occurred at any other time before the homicide or after. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And it's accurate that you did find other occasions that that took place.
I did.
You found approximately 4 of those, correct?
I did.
And just so the jury understands it, I would imagine every single one of them has a cell phone. In order for someone to power their phone down, depending if it's an Apple or Android, they press or hold down a button, the phone shuts down. Fair enough?
More or less, yes.
Same way with starting it back up, correct?
Yes.
You would agree, though, for someone to have 4 identical gaps, they would have to be able to shut their phone down at precisely the exact time. You would agree with that?
Based on my recollection of the analysis, the gaps weren't identical. My analysis was just about were there transactions during that time frame on other days.
And you found 4 exact duplicate transaction periods in that 30 days before and 30 days after for the time period you were researching.
It did not reflect that the cell phone stopped communicating with the network or the gap started at the same time on all 4 of those days. No, it did not.
There was a lack of transactions.
Correct.
Which again, you relate back to saying that if there's a lack of transactions, it means that it is not communicating with the network. Is that my understanding?
That is one possible reason, yes.
But there's multiple possible reasons as you testified.
Yes.
The cell phone could be off is one.
Yes.
Which is what the state has tried to elicit from you, that they believe the cell phone was off, correct?
I was not asked that by the state.
But that's what's being presented to this jury. But your testimony is very clear. You cannot make that determination at all.
No, I cannot.
And you found 4 other occasions with 0 transactions during the same time period you researched for that 61-day time period.
That's correct. When I did my preliminary analysis, that's what I found.
But you did not research any other time periods in that 61-day time period to see if there were other network gaps, did you?
No, I did not. I focused on the time period surrounding the homicide.
And that cell phone information has been provided in evidence, so the jury will be able to review it. But would you be surprised to know that there were other network gaps throughout that same evening?
I do know that there were additional gaps, as we're calling it, throughout that evening.
Other than me telling you this afternoon, did you know that law enforcement spoke to Mr. Fernandez during one of those particular network gaps? I may not be using the right terminology, but a gap in transactions?
I knew that law enforcement spoke to him that night. I don't recall ever putting the two together that it was during one of the lack of transactions.
And is that because you were more of a, and I don't want to diminish your role, but you were more of a data analyst as opposed to a law enforcement investigator?
That's correct. I was an analyst and I did preliminary analysis.
And with regards to Mr. Biggerstaff, I understand you did a similar analysis on his device?
I did.
And are you aware that there has been testimony that Mr. Biggerstaff was present at a location far away from Jacksonville Beach during the same time period?
Yes.
And he actually operates at the time an AT&T device, is that your understanding?
Yes.
Could that be for the same reasons as a T-Mobile device as far as off, airplane mode, or other?
Based on my understanding, yes.
And certainly you wouldn't be able to offer any testimony as to which of those particular options it would have been to cause that lack of network transaction.
That's correct.
Is your understanding that Mr. Biggerstaff's gap actually encompassed from 4:25 p.m. till 10 p.m. that evening?
I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but it was longer than Mr. Fernandez's gap.
And it was different.
Yes.
You don't have any evidence that there was any direct communication that said turn your cell phone off in a particular time period?
I'm not aware of any evidence to that nature, no.
In fact, you don't have any evidence at all that you've reviewed from your data analysis of Mr. Fernandez trying to communicate with other people to coordinate powering down phones, putting them in airplane mode or other?
I just have records of communications. I'm not aware of what the contents of those communications were.
And specifically with Mr. Biggerstaff, you did a similar analysis 30 days before and 30 days after, is that correct?
Yes.
And in his particular device, you found approximately 10 occasions with a similar type of activity or lack of activity.
That's correct.
And since you've been involved in this case since, in essence, day one, you would agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And when there's major breaks in the case, you're made aware of those, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that the truck was found.
Yes.
You're aware that Henry Tenon was arrested.
Yes.
You were made aware that Mario Fernandez was arrested,
Yes.
as well as Shanna Gardner.
Yes.
You've not been told that John Biggerstaff has ever been arrested, correct?
Correct.
Juan Biggerstaff never been arrested.
Correct.
Now, the state also asked you with regards to some of your financial analysis. The date of the homicide occurred on February 16th. No dispute about that, correct?
Correct.
You found no evidence that Mr. Fernandez paid Henry Tenon any money related to this homicide or otherwise prior to February 16th, correct?
That's correct.
And you looked for that.
I did review Mr. Fernandez's financials. I can't speak to exactly the start date and the end date.
But certainly if you had found something to evidence a payment prior to the homicide, we would expect to hear that today.
Yes.
we would expect there'd likely be a picture of a check or cash or otherwise that you would be testifying to on direct examination.
Not sure what the evidence would have been, but I likely would have been testifying to it if I found
We
it.
can agree none of that testimony was elicited to you earlier this morning.
That's correct.
Now, you did testify that there were 3 checks that you did find.
I did not testify about checks.
Have you identified those in your financial analysis?
I have seen the scans of the checks. I was not the one that identified them initially, no.
When you reviewed the financials, did you come across them at all?
I remember seeing the checks in the financials, but I was not the one that initially located them.
No dispute that those were after the homicide.
That's correct.
And that was approximately March and then April of 2022. Is that correct?
Late March, early April, yes.
No evidence that there were any payments after that April date.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And certainly you would be the one to likely assist or be the one to find those payments based upon what your role in this investigation was.
I might have. I would say that I would be aware if there were.
Now, this question is going to sound almost common sense, but you would agree a check, which not many people use anymore these days, has the name of the person or the company that's issuing the check.
Correct.
Okay? And someone in a position such as the ATF, the FBI, JSO, or Jack's Beach, they can certainly track down by way of the name of a person or a business to find out who wrote that check.
Yes.
And what else would be on there is the person's signature that actually signed the check.
Correct.
Wouldn't be hard to find because you have the person's name and their business or their address listed on the check.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the state has somewhat alleged that this is hiding in plain sight, but it certainly could be the opposite. It could be for legitimate purposes. Would you agree with that?
It could be.
None of those checks, and you've seen copies of those checks, correct?
I have.
They certainly don't say murder of Jared Bridegan on there, do they?
That's correct. They do not.
Okay. They say landscaping for one,
Yes.
tree work for another, or excuse me, landscaping and tree work and then roofing for another.
I'm not sure about the exact wording of the first one. The second one does say roofing.
Okay. And then one said Kickstarter.
Kickstarter, good luck.
Okay. And were you made aware that once the truck was recovered in the search of the Potomac property, they actually found a business plan for Mr. Tenon?
I remember hearing about that. I'm not sure. I don't know that I knew that it was found in the Potomac house.
If I represent to you that law enforcement recovered that, would you take my word for it?
Yes.
No dispute that a handwritten check with a signature and the writing in the memo line with the name of your business is a pretty identifiable instrument.
It's identifiable, yes.
Much easier to trace than cash.
That's correct.
Certainly better than crypto.
That's correct.
All ways that people committing crimes and issuing payments may utilize to avoid having it traced back to them.
Yes, there are a number of ways to accomplish that.
But in this case, the only payments that you found or were found by law enforcement with your knowledge was by way of these 3 checks.
To my knowledge, yes.
And you assisted in the location of the blue F-150?
I did.
And that was by way of your cellular data investigation?
Yes.
And that was specific to Henry Tenon, correct?
We reviewed Henry Tenon's records, different types of records to find the blue truck, yes.
You didn't find any evidence that Mario Fernandez or his devices ever went to that particular location, correct?
Not that I recall, no.
No connection to that location that you're aware of, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And certainly, as you mentioned, you have knowledge of the major breaks in the case.
Yes.
Had there been a connection between the property where the F-150 was found, you would expect you would have known that.
If it was determined, if there was a connection determined to exist, I believe I would have known that, yes.
Going back to that particular property where the F-150 was found.
Yes.
were you able to identify anyone other than Henry Tenon that had a connection to that property?
The individual who was spoken to by law enforcement,
Do you know that person's name?
Jimmy Jones.
Did you ever find any connection between Mario Fernandez and Jimmy Jones?
I did not know.
After those 3 checks, which was March and April, no disagreement that there was no evidence of payments November of 2021 from Mario Fernandez to Henry Tenon.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
None for December of 2021.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Nothing in January of 2022.
Not that I'm aware of.
And nothing in February of 2022 when the homicide occurred.
That's correct.
You would agree you found no evidence, Mr. Tenon, a text message between him and Mario Fernandez with regards to payments for a homicide?
That's correct.
You've never been made aware of a jail phone call from Henry Tenon to anyone complaining that he didn't get paid for this homicide?
No.
No other information related to Henry Tenon getting paid for this homicide other than the allegation that these 3 checks may have had some significance?
I don't have information that I can speak to now that there was these 3 checks were anything other than what they said on the memo line, but I can't speak one way or the other.
Certainly, you're not convinced, as you see here today, that those checks were for the homicide or for the work that's written in the memo line.
I'm not sure that it's appropriate for me to speculate about that.
You can't draw a conclusion either way.
Not with the information I have.
Understood. Now, you referenced these data deletions.
Yes.
Now, these data deletions, the state brought those up on what has been marked as states 212. Can you tell me if that's displayed on your screen?
Yes.
This is a big spreadsheet, all from what you received back from Google. Is that correct?
What law enforcement received, yes.
Some of these have more data than others, correct?
That's correct.
Now, the state didn't highlight this in their direct examination, but I'm going to start with item number 4. You would agree if you go to the far right, starting at P for number 4, it indicates facebook.com. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Sounds pretty elementary, but you would agree that that appears to be something deleted related to Facebook.
I believe so, based on my understanding of what the records show.
No information that there's ever been anything posted on Facebook by Mario Fernandez as it relates to the homicide of Jared Bridegan.
Not that I'm aware of, but if it was deleted, I wouldn't have been able to review it.
But certainly, law enforcement can get a subpoena to send to Meta to collect data of Facebook posts and stories.
That's correct.
Okay. Something that the ATF can do.
That's correct.
Okay. JSO could do that.
That's correct.
Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
Yep. Yes.
And certainly we had the FBI involved as well. They could do that too.
Yes.
Okay. So if someone thought it was significant that Mario Fernandez deleted things from Facebook, there are mechanisms that law enforcement can employ to go and find out what it was.
That's correct.
Okay. But as you sit here today, you don't even know exactly what that Facebook deletion was.
I do not.
Okay. The state just wanted to elicit that there were a lot of deletions on the date that Mr. Fernandez went in for a voluntary interview.
That's
agree with that.
Yes. Mr. Hill.
Ms. Butler, we were talking about some of those Google deletions. And I think we were talking about number 4 on the spreadsheet that's in front of you.
Could I request that you expand it so I can see the timestamp? I believe the Google deletions were not on the date that we were talking about, or I'm sorry, the Facebook deletion was not on the date that we were talking about, but I can't see the timestamp.
Can you let him know what column it is?
Oh, I'm sorry, column A.
So go up to the top in the middle. Yeah, there you go.
Now, this is a spreadsheet that you produced, correct?
This came from the Google return. I did not create this spreadsheet.
You offered it in testimony this morning, correct?
That I reviewed it and it came from the Google return, yes.
And I understand when you were testifying on direct examination for the state attorney's office, you didn't request to see the date of any of these deletions.
We weren't referring to specific rows. It was just more of a general overview of what the spreadsheet contained.
About the number of deletions for that particular day.
Not based on this spreadsheet.
It appeared that it was represented by way of your testimony. When it was presented by Ms. Stifler, there was 5,000 some odd deletions on the date of Mr. Fernandez's first voluntary interview.
That's correct.
And this spreadsheet was produced by you in anticipation of your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, the spreadsheet is not the spreadsheet that details every single deletion made on a specific date.
Are you testifying to this court that you would include deletions that have nothing to do with the deletions that were referenced for the date of Mr. Fernandez's voluntary interview?
In order for me to do a sound analysis, I need to look at all of the data. So that's what I did in this case.
I understand that. Can you tell me why you didn't make that same statement to the state attorney's office on their direct examination showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 212?
This spreadsheet, to my recollection of my direct examination, was brought up to show that there were 2 different spreadsheets. This spreadsheet contains records of bulk deletions of data, and I believe that I stated that the secondary spreadsheet, the spreadsheet titled secondary, contains the line-by-line records of everything that was deleted from the account.
We'll get to that one in just a moment.
Okay.
But since your testimony is you don't know, or if I recall, you're not aware of exactly what was deleted from many of these particular deletions. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Leaving a jury with no information as to what possibly could be deleted. You would agree with that?
I can tell you the Google product that was affected by the deletion.
But you would agree on this particular spreadsheet that is the state's evidence that you testified to this morning, it includes whatever so they can see. Includes items such as Facebook. You would agree with that?
It includes URLs.
Okay.
Yep, yes.
But my question was Facebook.
URLs for Facebook, yes.
URLs for YouTube.
Yes.
You've not found any evidence related to the homicide as it relates to Mario Fernandez and YouTube, correct?
I have not, no.
Never found any searches of how to dispose of a firearm, correct?
I did not, and I wouldn't be able to see them if they'd been deleted.
But the answer is no.
Correct.
Okay. And we have iCloud photos.
Yes.
Okay. Found no evidence that Mr. Fernandez took any photographs that were related to the homicide of Jared Bridegan, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
erome.com, have no idea what that is.
I do not.
Okay. Just because my mother's probably watching this, I'm not going to read out loud what the next item is below that. But you would agree that that particular website doesn't appear to have anything to do with homicide, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Appears to be several entries for that particular website.
That's correct.
And you would agree there's numerous entries for Facebook, YouTube, and iCloud photos.
Correct.
Okay. And then there's a lot of data that doesn't have what the URL or what exactly was deleted.
That's correct.
So certainly you can't offer any testimony this afternoon or ever, as it stands today, that any of these deletions relate at all to the homicide of Jared Bridegan.
I can testify that the deletions were processed on the same day that Mr. Fernandez had his interview.
You would agree deletions could include Gmail accounts, like emails.
They could, but that's not the case in this incident.
It was Google Chrome.
The upwards of 5,200 records the morning of March 1st were Google Chrome records.
But no idea what those are.
That's correct.
They could be something as simple as websites,
That would be what's contained in Google Chrome records.
just like what we reviewed. Facebook, iCloud, pornographic websites, anything.
They could be, yes.
And by could be, meaning you're not convinced that any of those deletions are actually related to the homicide of Jared Bridegan.
All I can say is that they were processed on the same date of the first interview.
Let's go to the secondary. This is the one that you mentioned that was line itemed.
Yes.
Similar to my previous question, nothing to indicate exactly what was deleted.
Just the Google product affected.
Google Chrome.
For what's on the screen right now, yes.
As to what that is, you could never testify it has anything to do with the homicide of Jared Bridegan,
I can just say that it's Google Chrome.
and that it happened on a particular date.
Correct.
You made mention in your direct examination that there were some map searches on February 28th for Pittsburgh,
Yes.
and that's a location that Mario Fernandez went to, correct?
To the area of Pittsburgh.
You would agree February 28th is several days prior to that trip.
Correct. The searches were made on the evening that he was notified about the interview.
But you have no information as to whether or not he was already intending on going to Pittsburgh.
I can just speak to what the records reflect, that there were searches that evening.
Sure. The way you presented that testimony was to make a connection that his trip to Pittsburgh had something to do with his interview, but you have no evidence of that, correct?
I can only speak to the dates that the searches were conducted,
Sure.
compared to the date that Mr. Fernandez was notified, compared to the date that the interview happened on the following day.
He did the search prior to going on the trip.
That's correct.
Okay? And he didn't go to Pittsburgh and avoid going in for his interview, did he?
No, the interview happened before. Yes,
Voluntarily and sat down with law enforcement and gave a lengthy interview.
correct.
He could have, if he had chosen to, declined that interview,
I believe he could have.
right? He wasn't under arrest.
Correct.
It was voluntary.
Correct.
Everybody knows what that word means that he walked in under his own accord and sat down consensually with law enforcement.
That's correct.
But several days prior, he did a search in Pittsburgh.
Yes.
So you have no evidence one way or another has anything to do with the fact that he was going in for an interview.
I can just say that it happened the day before his interview, and the trip ultimately coincided with the CPT interviews of the children.
But again, whether one thing has to do with another, you have no evidence.
I can only speak to the dates.
You can only speculate.
I can speak to the dates.
You testified that he went on his trip north. You guys were able to track him by way of his cell phone data, correct?
That's correct.
Didn't appear that he purchased a burner phone or anything to try to not be tracked. You would agree with that?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
He used his debit card or credit card?
I don't recall which card he used, but there were records of his financial transactions, yes.
You mentioned, I believe it states 195. Your Honor, may I approach the evidence?
Yes.
States 195. Bear with me 1 second, please. Can you see that on your screen?
Not yet.
Ah.
I can see it now.
This was a receipt gathered by Walmart? From Walmart?
I believe so, yes. Can you scroll up so I can see the top of it, please? Thank you.
No dispute, this is what Ms. Stifler showed you on your direct examination.
That's correct.
Floss swords,
Yes.
any idea what that is?
I believe it's floss picks to floss your teeth.
Like oral hygiene.
Yes.
That doesn't relate to the homicide of Mario Fernandez, or excuse me, Jared Bridegan, does it?
It's a purchase of toiletries.
Sure. A Vino dial, what is that?
I believe it's a Vino Dale, like daily, possibly a moisturizer or a soap of some sort.
As you said, toiletries.
Correct.
The next two don't really relate to me, but hair care products,
Yes.
okay? Nothing to do with the homicide, you would agree with that?
It just says hair care.
Exactly. Body wash and some other men's product. And just normal toiletries.
Correct.
Nothing out of the ordinary for somebody that may be going on a trip. Right?
People need supplies, yes.
Exactly. There's entire aisles at places like Walmart that sell travel containers of various hygiene products.
That's correct.
That's not unusual.
There are those sections in stores, yes.
Now, Walmart sells a lot of things, no disputing that, right?
Correct.
Okay. You don't see anything on this receipt or any other receipt that Mr. Fernandez bought a tent, like to hide out in the woods?
There's no tent on here.
Okay. He didn't buy any type of makeup products or fake mustaches or anything to try to disguise himself?
I can only speak to what's on here.
Right, exactly. But certainly if you had found evidence that Mr. Fernandez was gathering any type of items to go on the run and to hide from law enforcement, we would expect you would testify to that, correct?
Somebody would have testified to it.
Certainly.
Yes.
But all you're able to testify to is this receipt from Walmart that Mr. Fernandez bought hygiene products.
That's correct.
You would agree that that's not going to help this jury in any way decide whether or not Mr. Fernandez is involved in a homicide.
I can't speak to what might help the jury or not help the jury. I'm just speaking to what the receipt says.
Okay. And on this particular receipt, it does say credit card approved. Were you able to determine that that was Mr. Fernandez's credit card?
I believe it did ultimately match the financials we had available for Mr. Fernandez, yes.
So again, there was no effort by way of financials for him to try to mask where he was going and what he was paying for.
He used a credit card, yes.
You also found evidence of him having dinner at a Ruby Tuesdays?
I believe the Jacksonville Beach Police Department found those records.
Again, Ruby Tuesdays, you know what that is, right?
Yes.
Well-known little restaurant?
Yes.
Nationwide chain?
Yes.
Okay. Law enforcement was able to determine that's where Mr. Fernandez went and had dinner with a friend?
Yes.
McDonald's?
I'm not aware of a McDonald's
Wouldn't
purchase.
surprise you though, would it?
It's food.
Things people might do on a road trip.
Correct.
Go through a drive-through and pick up a Big Mac or something.
Correct.
Okay. You made mention of the hotel in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
That he booked 2 nights but only stayed for 1.
Correct.
Okay. What time, from your own experience, is the normal checkout time at hotels?
Approximately 11 a.m.
Okay. Do you know what time, based upon the cell phone records, Mr. Fernandez actually left the Pittsburgh area?
I believe it was later that evening.
Okay. So if you wanted to extend your stay, you weren't ready to leave yet, you might have to purchase a second night.
The 2 nights were booked at the same time.
Sure. But if he decided, I'm going to leave later in the evening, I'm not actually going to stay the night, in order for him to stay in the room past that 11 a.m. checkout time, he would have to have it booked for 2 nights. You would agree with that?
I can't say that he would have had to have it booked. I can say that he had 2 nights booked and he ultimately only stayed for 1.
He stayed for 1.5 days.
I can't speak to exactly when his cell site data shows that he left the hotel.
But you understand he left later that evening from the Pittsburgh area.
From the Pittsburgh area, yes.
You can't tell this jury that he didn't stay in the room later throughout the day and decided to leave that evening.
I cannot right now based on my preliminary analysis that I did.
certainly can't say whether he decided to leave earlier or later has anything to do with the homicide of Jared Bridegan.
I again can only speak to the dates that it occurred.
Exactly. You understood at the time Mr. Fernandez had access to a lot of money.
I think that's fair to say.
So it wasn't going to break the bank, so to speak, if he were to book a second night and not end up staying the entire night.
He had financial resources.
Again, it wasn't going to put him out on the street by having a second night that he didn't stay for.
That's correct.
Now, state mentioned Mr. Biggerstaff,
Yes,
and that Mr. Fernandez had gone to Mr. Biggerstaff's on February 15th as well as January 25th.
yes,
On January 25th, you have no idea why Mr. Fernandez was at John Biggerstaff's. You would agree with that?
yes,
And you do know that they've had a long-term relationship for decades.
I can't speak to the length, but I do know that they've been familiar with each other for an extended period of time.
Did you know that Mr. Fernandez went to high school with John Biggerstaff's daughter?
Yes,
Did you know that John Biggerstaff and Mario Fernandez would sometimes work out together?
I did not know about workouts.
Did you know that Mr. Biggerstaff would do some handyman work with Mr. Fernandez at his property?
Yes,
So no disputing that they had plenty of legitimate reasons to be together.
that's correct.
So as far as why Mr. Fernandez was there on January 25th, you're not able to say that personally to Mario Fernandez it had any relation to the murder of Jared Bridegan.
I can say that Mr. Fernandez was in the area of Mr. Biggerstaff's house, and then approximately 3 hours and 45 minutes, Mr. Biggerstaff searched for the 10mm Glock pistol.
Sorry, who searched for it?
Mr. Biggerstaff's account.
Okay. Mario Fernandez was not there at that time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. His device, which we heard from Agent Blythe, generally is within an arm's reach of the person that owns that device. Any dispute of that?
I can't speak to where individual people have their devices, but
Sure. But no disputing, based upon your analysis, Mario Fernandez was not present with John Biggerstaff whenever whomever was searching for a 10mm.
that's correct.
And you understood that John Biggerstaff was a convicted felon.
Yes,
And I know some of the searches you pulled up included places you could purchase a firearm, correct?
a website, yes.
Any evidence that a firearm was purchased from any of those websites?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And you would agree, if you go on Google, you type in any type of item, sometimes in the search results, it brings up places where you can purchase those items that you searched.
Yes,
So for instance, if I were to Google right now on my cell phone, Glock 40 Gen 4, 10mm, some of those return results might be places I can purchase that firearm.
that's correct. In the case of Mr. Biggerstaff's account, there was indication that he visited the website.
But there's no indication that he purchased anything.
Correct.
Whether he wanted to go in and look at a firearm he used to own because he had an affinity for firearms, you're not able to testify one way or another.
I believe it was a different firearm than the one that he owned, but you're right, I can't.
You work for ATF. Are you aware that there's 3 different models of a 10mm?
Of the Glock 10mm?
Sure.
I'm not, but I believe you when you say that.
So whether or not he's clicking on the exact one he owned or a newer generation, you're not able to testify to that.
I can testify that the one that he owned, based on my recollection, was a 10mm Glock 40 Gen 4, and the one that he clicked on was a 10mm Glock 20 Gen 4.
Okay. So now we have 2 different Glock 10mm
Mhm.
that have now been brought up in this case. You understand that?
One that was owned by Mr. Biggerstaff.
Sure. And what your testimony is that he actually clicked on a different model of that 10mm.
Yes,
And again, no evidence that anything was purchased.
that's correct.
Are you aware that the allegation is it was a Glock 10mm 40 that was used in this homicide?
I'm aware.
Okay. So you would agree a Glock of a different model is unrelated to this homicide?
I will say that the search did not specify which was which.
But you just testified that tell us again, which Glock did he click on?
He clicked on the G20, you're right.
Okay. And it's alleged that it is a 4D Gen 4.
Correct.
Okay. You would agree those are two different models?
Those are
of
two
the
different
same
models.
Caliber.
Yes,
And you would agree the one he clicked on is not what is alleged to be used in this homicide?
that's correct.
Did you review all the searches that Mr. Biggerstaff made, or at least were made on his device?
I can't say that I went line by line through them, no.
You brought up a 9mm
Yes,
Smith & Wesson,
yes,
not used in this homicide, correct?
not to my knowledge.
Would it surprise you that he searched various military bases in South Carolina?
I don't recall that in his search history.
Do you recall searching for a resort in South Carolina and a particular band that plays there?
I don't recall those searches.
You recall handmade flour tortillas being a search that Mr. Biggerstaff made?
I do not recall that, no.
Would you agree in your own experience, people Google all sorts of things?
Yes, I would agree.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Butler, I'm going to come back to some of those searches in just a moment.
Okay.
Bringing up the trial exhibit from the state, I believe it's Exhibit 214, which is the CDR call logs of Mr. Fernandez. There's one in particular that the state highlighted in purple. You see that on your screen?
Yes.
And who did you determine that that was a call to, or at least to the device that was possessed by a certain person? Or
That was the phone number that was used by Janie Deal.
and that was Mr. Tenon's girlfriend.
At the time, I believe so, yes.
And this was the date of his arrest.
Correct.
Did you know that Mr. Tenon had like a black dog?
Yes.
Okay, and that it was actually in the vehicle with him when he was arrested?
Yes.
Do you have any evidence as to whether or not Mr. Fernandez was calling to make sure Henry Tenon's girlfriend had his dog?
I didn't listen to the call. I do know that there was a conversation about the dog with somebody else.
Did you ever review any of the poll cameras in this particular case?
I might have looked at them. I don't remember specifics about the poll cameras.
You don't know whether or not there's poll camera video of this Mr. Tenon's dog running around the Potomac property?
I don't recall seeing a video like that.
But as to the significance of that call, it's just that it occurred on the date of Mr. Tenon's arrest to Mr. Tenon's girlfriend.
That's correct, and it was the only one.
Whether it's for a dog or any other reason, you can't testify.
Correct.
Now, Ms. Butler, I was asking you questions about some of the other searches by Mr. Biggerstaff on January 25th. And you didn't recall some of those that I mentioned. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'll approach. Ms. Butler, what I'm showing you is a composite exhibit, Defendant's Exhibit 53. I want to give you an opportunity to look at these and see if you can identify them for the jury.
Sure. So the one I'm holding right now appears to be a record of a search for Charleston, South Carolina military base that in UTC time was January 26th of 2022 at 1:51 a.m.
And doing that math, can you tell us what time that would have been in Eastern Standard Time, either with daylight savings or otherwise, whatever would be appropriate?
Sure. It would be January 25th, 2022 at 8:51 p.m.
This would be around the same time period of the other searches you testified to, correct?
Around the same time, I believe the other searches started at 8:15 p.m.
Okay, but within the same hour.
Correct.
Okay. And there's another one I'm going to show you. If you could do that same somewhat UTC analysis.
Sure. This one is a search for Randy Reap, and the converted time would be January 25th, 2022 at 3:05 p.m.
And these appear to be similar to the same searches that you recovered as far as the way they look. And the
Yes.
same device that you were referencing.
The same Google account. Yes.
And that was related to Mr. Biggerstaff.
Correct.
You would agree that a search for a Charleston, South Carolina military base doesn't appear to have any relevance to the homicide of Jared Bridegan.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And Randy Reap, a local attorney, no information that that has any relation to the homicide of Jared Bridegan.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
Yes.
No, Ms. Butler, after reviewing those, you would agree there are plenty of other searches from Mr. Biggerstaff's device that didn't have anything to do with firearms
Yes.
and didn't appear to have any relevance to the homicide of Jared Bridegan.
Not that I am aware of, no.
You had an opportunity to review the Google searches of Henry Tenon.
I likely did. I can't recall the details of them.
If you had an opportunity to review some of those searches, would it refresh your recollection?
It might, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may throw out. Is that something in evidence? Okay. Is there an objection? Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to take our mid-afternoon break, okay? We'll come back in 15 minutes. Ms. Butler, everyone may be seated. Ms. Butler, you're still on the witness stand, so you can take the break. Just don't discuss your testimony with anyone, okay? Stay here. All right, thank you. Court's in recess. Thank you. Let's bring in the jury.
Your Honor, if you would like, James Hill on behalf of Mr. Fernandez, the state and defense had an opportunity to review some additional pieces of evidence, and by stipulation and agreement, we have pre-marked and entered defendants 58, which are Chrome records for Henry Tenon as a composite, 2 pages, and defendants 59, which are Chrome records regarding John Biggerstaff.
Okay. Let's get the jury.
No objection from the state.
Your Honor, the jurors are entering the courtroom.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated. Mr. Hill, you can continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Butler,
Yes.
I'm going to use the technology this time.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what has been marked by agreement and entered as defendants 59. Can you see this on the page?
A little blurry.
I will do my best.
Is the autofocus on?
I'll zoom in a little more, otherwise I'm going to do it the old way. Is that better for you?
Yes.
If you could, read to the jury these additional searches starting at the top from Mr. Biggerstaff.
Starting at the top, it is a visit to a website or a URL that says how to measure your bra size at home for simple steps.
The next search.
Bra size chart dash third love.
And the third search.
How to measure bra size and bra size calculator, Victoria's Secret. I'd just like to clarify, these are Chrome, looks like these are Chrome records and not searches.
Can you tell the difference? Can you explain to the jury what that means?
Sure, so because it said Chrome at the top, based on my understanding, that indicates, that was a website that was viewed with that URL, whereas the records that we viewed previously had search at the top.
But you would agree, Mr. Biggerstaff has gone to all sorts of different types of websites that certainly seem to be unrelated to the homicide of Jared Bridegan.
Yes.
I'm going to show you another document. This is Defendants 58, which is a composite of Chrome records from Henry Tenon. Can you see this clearly on the screen?
Yes, I can see that.
Okay. And can you start with the first one up top, including the date?
Sure, the first one says visited Form Swift, create your business plan V2. And the converted date would be March 20th of 2022 at 3:41 p.m.
Okay, and could you read the following three for the jury?
Sure. Choose free business plan forms templates, March 20th, 2022 at 3:40 p.m. Choose free business plan forms templates, March 20th, 2022 at 3:40 p.m. And free business plan forms templates, March 20th at 3:39 p.m.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. It's your understanding, based upon being involved in this investigation, that Mr. Fernandez provided a check in the memo line that said, Kickstarter, good luck.
Yes,
And that at some point in time, law enforcement recovered a notebook belonging to Henry Tenon that also included a page for business plan.
yes,
And you would agree that the dates of search or for the sites visited are around the same time period of the checks that Mr. Tenon received from Mr. Fernandez.
roughly late March.
I believe it was March 28th were 2 checks and then April 4th for the Kickstarter.
That sounds correct.
You would agree that's within a 2-week period.
Correct.
Ms. Butler, there was discussion of January 29th in your direct examination about Mr. Fernandez being at the Potomac residence,
Yes,
okay, as well as Mr. Tenon being somewhere in the vicinity of the Potomac residence.
yes,
And Agent Blythe previously testified, so we won't go into the timing of events and his analysis, but you would agree you personally have no evidence that puts Mr. Tenon and Mr. Fernandez actually together on that date.
not that I'm aware of, no.
And no evidence that Mr. Fernandez was ever in the blue F-150 as it made its travel south on that particular date with Mr. Tenon.
I apologize. Can I back up?
Sure.
For the previous question, if they were together on that date, I can just say that there are periods of time where their devices were roughly in the same area.
Same area.
Correct.
And you would agree that Agent Blythe, being an expert in CAS data, that he would be more appropriate as to helping the jury determine the proximity of those devices?
Yes.
And with regards to the blue truck release by the media, you saw photographs of that truck of what was released to the media?
Yes, I did.
And at the time, there was an inability to even make out what the tag on that vehicle was, correct?
Correct.
These were not perfect still shots of a vehicle. Would you agree with that?
I can't say that they were perfect or imperfect, but you're correct. There was no tag visible.
And these were snapshots taken from surveillance videos as that vehicle was driving through various areas of Jacksonville Beach.
Yes.
In essence, the public needed to help to try to identify this truck because it wasn't able to be identified just by the photograph by law enforcement.
Correct.
And your review of the data established that Mario Fernandez and Henry Tenon spoke on average about 30 times per month.
I'd have to do some math. Let's see. I can speak to the number of times per month. I apologize. I'm not sure about the average.
And no disagreement that they had fairly regular communication.
Yes.
Okay. And no dispute that for a time period, Mr. Tenon was a tenant of Mario Fernandez.
Correct.
And your understanding from being involved in this investigation that Mr. Tenon also did some landscaping and other work for Mr. Fernandez.
Based on the checks, yes.
So certainly if someone is doing work for a person, it wouldn't be unusual for them to have phone calls or text messages between the two.
I would likely expect to see communication between.
I imagine for your testimony today, you were in communication with the state attorney's office.
Yes.
Okay? The phone calls or text messages or emails.
Yes.
Okay, so it wouldn't be uncommon for people that work together in some capacity to have communication.
Correct.
And when the truck was released to the media, there wasn't what we would consider like a flutter of calls between Mr. Tenon and Mr. Fernandez.
I'm not sure what a flutter, but there were the calls that I mentioned in my direct examination.
They were actually the day after it was released to the media.
Correct.
It wasn't the same evening that that was released to the media.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have one moment with counsel?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness. Thank you, Ms. Butler.
Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Butler, Mr. Hill mentioned that you did a historical review of periods of time. That was for periods of time in which there were both no timing advance and no cellular activity.
No timing advance and no outgoing cellular activity.
Were there any of those time periods include incoming cellular activity?
Yes.
Okay, so that's different than the time period we're talking about on February 16th, because the time period from 7:10 p.m. to 8:20 p.m. was no cellular activity whatsoever, correct?
Correct.
Meaning no incoming and no outgoing,
Correct.
and no timing advanced.
Correct.
Those other 4 periods you talked about were just no outgoing, but included incoming.
I can't speak to every single date, but I did look at that in my analysis.
So the presence of that time frame with no timing advance, no incoming, and no outgoing is less than 5 out of 60 times in that historical period.
Less than 5 out of 61.
Sustain.
Do you know what percentage that would equate to? 4 out of 60, let's be generous and say one of those times had incoming.
Man, I'm getting put on the spot here. I know that 5 out of 61 days would be 92%, so a little bit less than 92% for 4 out of 60.
92% of the time, his phone was either recording timing advance or using cellular data in that 60-day time period.
During the time frame that I looked at in the 61-day time period, yes.
Mr. Hill asked you a bunch of questions about financial analysis. Based on his background, did Detective Johns kind of take charge of the financial analysis in this case?
Yes, he did.
The Google Chrome deletions that Mr. Hill was asking you about, you testified earlier that the primary database was bulk deletions. And the chart you made with that spike of 5,000, which database was that from, the primary or the secondary?
The secondary.
And can you explain to the jury what the secondary database deletions indicates to you, or what it means based on your conversations with Google and your experience?
So the secondary file is the one that contains the line by line. So it's an accounting of every record that was deleted from the Google account within a certain time frame. And that's the one that has the process date and time, as well as the original event date and time and the Google product affected by the deletion.
What types of Google products did you observe as affected by the deletions in the secondary database?
In the secondary database, there were a number of Google products to include Ad, Google Discover, Image Search, YouTube, Gmail, Chrome, Search. There was a number of different products.
And Mr. Hill asked you about connections between a man named Jimmy Jones and Mario Fernandez Saldana. Did you observe any connections between the two of them in any of the records you reviewed in connection with this case?
Nothing in the records that I reviewed.
Did you see any connection between Jimmy Jones and Jared Bridegan in any of the records or phone downloads you looked at in this case?
Nothing that I reviewed.
And you had Mr. Bridegan's toll records and phone downloads as well to review?
Yes.
Did you see any connection between Jared Bridegan and any of the toll records or phone downloads or financial records or other records you reviewed in this case between Jared Bridegan and Henry Tenon?
No, I did not.
There were none.
There were none.
Did you see any records or connections between Jared Bridegan and John Biggerstaff in any of the records you reviewed?
No, I did not.
The only connections between all these individuals were Mr. Fernandez, obviously, based on your prior testimony, had communication with Mr. Biggerstaff and with Mr. Tenon.
Correct.
That phone call to Janie Deal on August 18th, 2022, to your knowledge, was Ms. Deal, when that call was placed, detained by Jacksonville Beach police detectives at the CJIC office for questioning?
Yes.
When Mr. Fernandez called her?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further for the witness?
Just briefly. Ms. Butler, any evidence that Mario Fernandez knew where Janie Gill was at the time he made that phone call?
I don't have any evidence about that.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Stifler, anything further? Okay, thank you, Ms. Butler.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Calls Detective David Ostertag, JSO.
Officer Ostertag. Good afternoon. If you could just pause here in the front, raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Detective, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, sir, if you head over this way, watch your step. There's a slight incline. Make yourself comfortable. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to our jurors?
My name is Detective David Ostertag. That's spelled Ostertag.
And Detective, what agency are you employed with?
I'm employed by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
How many years have you been with JSO?
I've been with JSO for 20 years.
And what's your current position at JSO?
I'm a detective in the Digital Forensic Investigations Unit.
And what other positions have you held in your many years with JSO?
I was a patrol officer in what is now District 5, as well as a field training officer.
Can you give the jury a little bit of background into yourself? Tell us about your educational background.
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree from Auburn University in Management Information Systems. I also have a master's degree in criminology from Florida State University. I have approximately a little over 1,500 hours of training in digital forensics, encompassing various aspects, including cell phone forensics, data forensics network, as well as computer forensics.
And as part of your work with the Digital Forensics Unit at JSO, do you perform device extractions?
Yes, I do.
How many would you say you've performed in your career with CFIU or forensics unit?
I would estimate approximately 1,500 or so.
And can you tell the jury the tools and software that you're trained in order to perform these extractions?
I've been trained in various softwares and tools, including those made by the Cellbrite Corporation that is for extraction and analysis of data, as well as the Axiom program, which is also a program for extraction and analysis, and then various computer forensic softwares such as X-Ways and Forensic Toolkit and those types of things.
And are you trained not only in extracting information from various devices, but in interpreting data that you receive from Apple iCloud or Google Cloud or other digital forms of data?
Yes, I have been.
Can you explain to the jury how data is extracted from a device, whether a phone or a computer or otherwise?
So the data is isolated from the network to start with, and that means either putting the phone in airplane mode or examining it in a secure environment in our digital forensics lab. So what happens in the most basic form is the device, whether it's a computer or a cell phone, it's connected to a forensic extraction device of some sort. And that extraction device acts as a go-between between the forensic computer and the device that's being examined. It also prevents any sort of overwriting of data or any writing to the device itself or any changes made to the device. So the forensic extraction device acts as a go-between. It communicates with the cell phone or computer and then transfers the data over to the forensic machine where it's then analyzed.
The data that you extract from a device, do you have to take steps to make it readable to the average person?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jury?
So the forensic extraction device reads the raw data and it writes the raw data to the forensic computer. On the forensic computer, there's analysis software, and what that does is creates reports. It goes through the raw data, it parses out the data into readable categories such as text messages, cell phone logs, pictures, videos, event logs, and then the data is then readable in a report format.
Can you search for different types of data once you've extracted and parsed that data into a readable format?
Yes, you can.
And if we're talking about specifically a phone extraction, like the ones we have in this case, what types of data are contained in a phone?
There's various types of data. There's user data, which would be cell phone logs, or I'm sorry, call logs. And then you have text messages, application messages like Facebook Messenger and Instagram. And then you have pictures and videos and other things that the user can see. But then it also extracts some back-end data, which only the phone itself can see. And that would be device events, communication logs, like it counts the types of data that's being transferred, the amounts of data transferred between the network and the cell phone. And then there's operating system data, and that data is typically not parsed out by the Cellbrite software.
If something's not parsed out by Cellbrite software, as a computer forensics detective, are you able to look into the raw data to look for more information?
Yes, I can.
I want to turn your attention to work in this case. Were you asked to review cell phone extractions in Google returns related to 3 individuals, 2 cellular devices for Henry Tenon,
Correct.
1 cell phone extraction for John Biggerstaff,
Correct.
and for the defendant in this case, Mario Fernandez Saldana, 1 device extraction and 2 Google returns?
That's correct.
I have a PowerPoint for ease of use while we talk. We're going to start with Mr. Tenon. We're going to start with the data from his phone, the CoolPad 0513, and I'm showing here photographs. This is State's Exhibit 186. When CFIU receives a cell phone, is this how it comes to you?
Yes, it is.
What steps are taken to ensure that the data on a cell phone is preserved for forensic extraction and analysis when it is seized from an individual?
We take various steps, and that could include putting the phone in airplane mode. We also have a secure environment at the digital forensics unit in order to examine phones off the network.
And is that to ensure that data can't be remotely wiped by somebody or interfered with in any other way?
That's correct.
So in this case, we have States 186. That's a view of that CoolPad phone. Did you review the extraction completed and parsed through Cellbrite of this CoolPad cell phone purportedly belonging to Henry Tenon?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to ask you a few things about the reports you reviewed. So I'm showing you part of States 186. This is an extraction report from that cell phone, and it is labeled contacts. Are you able to parse reports showing what contacts exist in a cell phone?
Yes, that's correct.
And in this case, were you asked to pull a report to see whether Mr. Tenon had a contact for a phone number 904-566-2633?
Yes.
And we see here this extraction report, and what does this indicate?
This extraction report indicates there is a contact on the phone stored as the name Mario with the phone numbers 904-566-2633.
And for this particular phone, were you also asked to see if there were any cell phone communications stored on the phone, communications through texting or instant messaging or social media between this phone number and the CoolPad itself?
Yes, I was.
Were there any contacts, calls, texts, or interactions between Mario 904-566-2633 and this phone?
There were none.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit to State's still in State's Exhibit 186, were you given a second cell phone purportedly belonging to Henry Tenon, which was an LG phone?
Yes,
And in that phone, was it associated with a phone number ending in 7612?
yes, it was.
And here we see an extraction report where you asked to look for any communications, text messages, instant messages, otherwise between this cell phone number, 7612, and Mario Fernandez, 566-2633, no, stored as Mario in this phone.
Yes, I was.
And were you able to find the presence of any messages in this phone?
Yes, I was.
And how many were there?
4.
And here we see one of those messages. First of all, is this the report that you pulled? I split it up into 4 slides, but we're showing 4 messages.
Yes, it is.
The first message, did you convert these from UTC to daylight savings time?
This is standard time, but
Standard
yes.
time, I'm sorry. So that would be UTC -5.
Correct.
So see here, we have one message from Mario, 566-2633.
Correct.
We have one message here heading your way from 566-2633. And the date on this message?
Yes, this one is January 4th, 2022.
And 7:03:47 p.m., that would be the correct time converted from UTC.
That is correct.
On the following slide, we see what appears to be the same chat thread. The owner of the phone, which would be 7612, Mr. Tenon, presumably replying, okay.
Correct.
And then this phone number belonging to Mario, 566-2633, saying, I'm here, brother. And this is 7:22:21 p.m. and 7:30-50 p.m.
That's
on
correct.
January 4th.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Were there any other messages present in this cell phone between the number for Henry Tenon and Mario Fernandez?
No, there were not.
Only 4.
Correct.
I'm next going to draw your attention to some reports you pulled from a Samsung Galaxy Note 20, the phone number 517-6322, purportedly belonging to John Biggerstaff, and that is State's Exhibit 187.
Yes, ma'am.
And here we see, are these photographs taken by CFIU when they receive the evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
In the second slide, we see, what are we seeing in this picture?
This is the SIM card for the device. It acts as a go-between between the phone and the carrier just to identify it as a valid cell phone on their network.
And was a full extraction completed for the evidence we're discussing today?
Yes, there was.
And can you tell the jury what a full extraction means?
A full extraction just means every accessible file on the device is downloaded from the phone and then transferred over to the forensic computer.
So does that mean the reports we're viewing contain what is on the phone and available?
That is correct.
There's nothing lost during that parsing or extraction process with a full extraction.
Correct.
And I'm showing you an extraction report from Mr. Biggerstaff's phone where you asked to pull the instant messages available on this phone between Mr. Biggerstaff and Mario Fernandez, 566-2633.
Yes.
And how many messages were available for extraction and parsing?
654 messages.
And I'm showing you the first of these messages. When you reviewed them, are they time dated and in time order when you're looking at an extraction?
Yes, they are.
And in this case, when was the first available message for review between Mr. Biggerstaff and Mr. Fernandez?
The first one available was May 12th, 2022.
There were no text messages still on the phone prior to May 12th of 2022 between Mr. Biggerstaff and Mr. Fernandez.
No, there were not.
And there are some texts between the two of them. The jury will have some of these reports for review later. And the last, we don't need spell check. The last text available, what was the date on the last text available for extraction and review?
August 22nd, 2022.
So when Mr. Biggerstaff's phone was placed into that extracted, parse the data, we have a date range of May 12th, 2022 through August 22nd, 2022.
That's correct.
No text predating that time period.
None between these two parties.
I'm going to move along to Mr. Fernandez's Google return, where you ask to parse some data through Axiom and pull reports through Axiom related to a Google return from Mario Fernandez.
Yes, I was.
And that states Exhibit 185. We'll start with this, where you asked to pull a report in relation to records under the keyword search 5239 Potomac Avenue in Mr. Fernandez's Google return.
Yes, I was.
And the jury will have those reports. I just want to go through a few records. And when they're looking at records themselves, can you explain to them what they're reading and how to read it?
So these records, this is a typical email record, and what it shows is who the email is to, who it's from, and then you have the times that they were submitted, which is when the user clicked send, and then delivered is the time that it took to go through the network, and then it was received on the other end. And then, of course, you see the subject here, the subject of the email, as well as the body of the email. And then I'll go back to where you see the submitted and delivered dates and times. It says UTC +0. That means that it hasn't been corrected to the current time zone. So during the winter, which this is February 24th, we're still on Eastern Standard Time. You would subtract 5 hours in order to get the submitted and delivered dates and times for those. For daylight time, it would be 4 hours difference. In this case, this email was sent actually on February 23rd, 2022 at 7:11 and 28 seconds p.m., for example.
And some of the records that you were asked to pull related to invoicing and the exchange of paperwork, invoices, and calendar invites between First Choice Home Rentals and a Bueller Air Conditioning under the keyword search 5239 Potomac Avenue.
Yes, that's correct.
And these show that Mr. Fernandez, or this email address stored in his Google account, was coordinating for some work to be done on the home. And in doing so, they were sending these are notifications,
Correct.
Calendar invites, invoices, and acceptance of calendar invites.
Yes, that's correct.
And acceptance letters.
Correct.
When you review the records, are you also able to see attachments to emails that are sent?
Yes, I am.
And here in this slide, this is slide 31, is this an example of an attachment that was in the body of those emails that we discussed?
Yes, it is.
And this is showing a service plan where Mr. Fernandez apparently has gotten a service plan with Bueller Air Conditioning to run from September 1st, 2022 to September 1st, 2023.
Yes, that's correct.
I want to ask about some emails you were asked to pull from September of 2022. Can you explain to the jury what this is indicating here? Is this an invitation for like a calendar invite via email?
Correct. That's an invitation sent from Brandon Hood to First Choice Home Rentals, Mario Fernandez, in reference to a meeting on September 7th at 3:30.
And what is the corrected date and time of this invite or calendar invite?
This was sent at, let's see, September 4th, 2022, subtract 4 hours. I'm sorry, September 5th, 2022, subtract 4 hours, and that would be 6:53 and 18 seconds p.m.
And in review, we were asked to pull some of the records related to an email exchange between First Choice Home Rentals and Brandon Hood at atlasHomebuyers.com. Are these those emails that you pulled?
Yes, they are.
And this is just showing more calendar invites for a seller appointment with Mr. Fernandez.
Correct.
Is this showing another calendar invite with that same atlasHomebuyers.com
Yes, that's correct.
And what is the corrected date for this?
This would be September 8th, 2022, and subtract 4 hours would be 3:52 and 23 seconds PM.
And we see here, is this an attachment to one of these emails that includes a DocuSign document?
Yes, it is.
And what is the name of the document that's attached?
The name of the document is pricereduction.pdf.
And then we have an email here from a floridatitle.com.
Correct?
What is the corrected date and time of this email?
September 21st, 2022 at 12:07 PM.
And we see here just an email talking about a contract to purchase Potomac Avenue for $90,000, hoping to close by October 12th and hoping to close remotely.
That's correct.
And then here is an email discussing some payoff information regarding that sale.
Yes, that's correct.
Lastly, I'm going to ask you about an extraction report that you reviewed for Mario Fernandez's Samsung Galaxy A13. And these reports are in evidence as State's Exhibit 185. And we're looking at an extraction report device events. Can you describe to the jury what this report shows?
So as I sort of mentioned earlier, the device stores certain events, power logs, screen on, screen off, that sort of thing. One of the events that was stored on this phone was a factory reset for this phone.
Can you tell the jury what a factory reset does?
So if factory reset, what happens is all of the files on the phone are locked. Each individual file has their own lock. It's encryption. It has a key in which the lock is open and the data is decrypted. So during a factory reset, the keys that unlock these files are destroyed by the phone. So it's no longer able to unlock any of these files. And where those files used to reside, it's now marked that those files can now be overwritten by new data. It would be similar to one of these large self-storage warehouses where each locker is each individual file. And then these files have locks. Well, I take all the keys to those locks on a key ring and I throw them in the trash. I throw them in the river, incinerate them, do whatever. Basically, you can't get to any of that data anymore. While that was happening, the manager of the store went and put new locks on everything and decided that other customers could come in and put their new belongings inside these lockers. And where I can't get any of the old stuff back anymore, but all you see is what is currently on the phone and currently in those lockers.
And this device event report indicates that this phone was factory reset and wiped on August 26, 2022.
That's correct.
And everything up until this date, August 26, 2022, following the wipe factory reset, would that be no longer present on the phone?
That's correct.
That includes every photograph on the camera. I'm sorry, every photograph on that phone.
Correct.
Every text message on that phone.
Correct.
Every Google search on that phone.
Correct.
All social media.
Correct.
Any phone logs or phone records.
Correct.
Location information that predates this time frame.
That's correct.
If you wanted to keep your phone and use it further, would you have to log back into all of your accounts to get back into using that data?
Yes, you would.
So in this case, did you review Mr. Fernandez's on the Samsung Galaxy A13, the user accounts that were present on this phone when you reviewed it?
Yes, I did.
And here we see in States 185 user accounts, there are 35.
That's correct.
And what type of user accounts does a phone store in this report? Or what kind of data does it reflect in this report? I should say that's a better way to say it.
This shows login information for applications, certain websites, as well as Samsung Cloud, Google. Basically, any account that resides on the device is stored here.
Facebook Messenger,
Correct.
social media, your Google,
Yes.
a First Choice Home Rentals Google account,
That's correct.
WhatsApp,
Correct.
photos, Venmo, Gmail, basically any application you have on your phone is going to create a user account in this section of your phone
That's correct.
or in this database.
Yes.
So for Mr. Fernandez to have 35 user accounts present on his phone following that factory reset wipe, what does that mean he had to do?
That means he had to download these applications again from the Google Play Store and then log into those applications, install those applications and then log into them again on this phone.
I'm going to ask you about the chats that were available on this phone when you reviewed the extraction report.
Yes.
Were there any chats between the phone number associated with the phone, Mr. Fernandez, and John Biggerstaff?
Yes.
And how many chats were present on the phone?
There were 71.
And do you recall the date range that was available for your review following that factory reset and wipe?
Yes, it was August 27th through August 31st.
Did you search and see if there were any chats available with the phone number associated to Henry Tenon ending in 7612?
Yes, I did.
Were there any present on this phone?
There were none.
And then Mr. Fernandez's phone extraction, did he have a database still available for review of his contacts?
Yes.
And I'm showing you that report where you asked to pull a report of his contacts.
Yes, I was.
How many contacts were in his phone?
1,097.
And does that include the way we store contacts in our phone as well as social media contacts?
That's correct.
Did you search to see if there was a Henry Tenon, a Henry at Potomac, or a phone number associated to Henry Tenon ending in 7612 within the contacts database in Mr. Fernandez's phone?
Yes, I did do that search.
And was any of those present in his phone?
No, there were not.
You mentioned the device events report can give somebody viewing an extraction report a lot of information about the activity on the phone. Does that, and you mentioned power on, power off. Can you tell the jury what data you would be able to see if you looked in device events report relating to powering up, powering off, airplane mode?
Correct. So you can see any sort of settings change, including airplane mode, turning location services on and off in some cases, as well as plugging your phone in, taking it off a charger, turning the screen on and off, and other various functions that you wouldn't normally care about. But Samsung uses it for analytics, so it stores it on the phone.
Can you even tell if somebody used their password or Face ID to unlock their phone?
Yes, in some cases.
So you could, with some certainty, actually with precise certainty, you could tell if somebody had put their phone in airplane mode or turned their phone off at a specific time and date,
Yes.
if you had that device log.
Correct, yes.
You could tell if somebody was connected to Wi-Fi by looking through data on their phone.
Yes.
You could tell if they turned off location services by looking at their phone.
Yes.
Were you able to get any of that information from Mr. Fernandez's phone?
No, I was not,
And why not?
because the phone was factory reset on that August date.
May I have a moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Yes,
No further questions.
thank you. Cross-examination. Sure.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
I just have a few questions for you.
Okay.
The state indicated that you found contact in Henry Tenon's phone for Mario Fernandez.
Yes, that's correct.
You do understand that for a period of time, Henry Tenon was a tenant in one of the properties owned by Mario Fernandez.
Yes, that's correct.
So certainly it would be reasonable that a tenant would have the phone number for his landlord as a contact in his cell phone.
Yes, sir.
Nothing necessarily nefarious about that contact.
No, sir.
There were messages from the defendant, Mr. Fernandez, to Henry Tenon on January 4th, I believe was your testimony?
Yes, sir.
But you saw no messages on January 5th, correct?
That's correct.
And if I believe from your testimony, you mentioned there were 644 messages between John Biggerstaff and Mario Fernandez?
Yes, sir. I believe.
Sound about right?
That sounds about right.
You didn't recover or review any messages related to a 10-millimeter firearm, did you?
No, sir.
No messages related to the homicide of Jared Bridegan, did you?
No, sir.
But you did find messages consistent with work that Mr. Biggerstaff was completing with Mr. Fernandez.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you found other personal messages between the two men.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Now, there's mention of this factory reset on August 26th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when an individual purchases a new cell phone, okay,
Yes, sir.
you're buying a new cell phone, so you're no longer going to use the old cell phone.
Correct.
Your understanding from own personal experience is sometimes the old cell phone is either disposed of or turned over as a trade-in to the provider.
Yes, that's correct.
That's not an uncommon situation.
Correct.
Certainly, if you were going to turn in your cell phone back to T-Mobile in this particular circumstance, you would do a factory reset of your phone so that somebody else would not have access to your data.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's not unreasonable.
Correct.
And certainly that would log you out of all of those different applications, Facebook, Gmail, Instagram, WhatsApp, whatever it may be.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with what IMEI stands for?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
The IMEI basically stands for the international, basically the unique identifier for the phone itself. It's a 15-digit number, and it uniquely identifies a phone on the network.
International Mobile Equipment Identity. Does that
Yes.
sound to be what that stands for?
Yes, sir.
Maybe a simpler way of putting it is it's a digital fingerprint for a particular device.
Digital identifier, yes, sir.
And each device would be different than the other.
Correct.
So if you have one cell phone, it will have an IMEI number. But if you had a different device, because you bought a new phone, it would have a different IMEI identifier.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that's something that when you do these forensic downloads, that would be contained in those records.
Yes.
So that's going to go back with the jury, and they would be able to see for themselves if on August 26th of 2022, if there are two different IMEI numbers, they would understand that as representing two different devices.
Not necessarily two different devices, because on newer phones, they will have two IMEI numbers assigned to them. There's one for the physical SIM card, which is that chip that we saw in the picture. And then there's an electronic SIM, which is embedded into the phone itself.
But not uncommon for two devices to have two different IMEI numbers.
Correct.
And certainly that could help to provide an explanation as to why there would be a factory reset of one device, is that it could be because a second device was purchased.
It could, yes, sir.
Certainly, if any member of the jury in their own personal experience had taken a device in to get the newer version, or they broke their phone, they may do a factory reset in order to get a new phone.
Correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Ostertag or Detective? I'm showing you a document that's contained in States 170, which are the financial records of Mr. Fernandez. Can you see that on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
I want to draw your attention to August 26th.
Okay.
Can you read to the jury what you see under those USAA records for August of 2022 on August 26th?
Yes, sir. There's a purchase made at T-Mobile Store 136E in Jacksonville, Florida, in the amount of $70.46.
And that's the same date as the factory reset that you testified to on direct examination. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any further questions by the state?
Detective Ostertag, the cell phone extraction was performed on a cell phone seized from the person of Mr. Fernandez in March of 2020, or sorry, February 2023.
That's correct.
And if he bought another phone, he still continued to use this one because he reactivated all of his user accounts, correct?
That's correct.
And often, I know Mr. Hill asked you about people resetting their phone when they are going to trade it in. When you factory reset your phone to sell it or trade it in, you don't generally retain possession of it and continue to use it, do you?
No, you don't.
Thank you, Detective.
Anything further?
No, he can be excused.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Not subject to recall?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me see the lawyers at sidebar for schedule. I'm going to ask that you all push through this will be the last witness for today, and that should get you out early if we just push through and not have a mid-afternoon break, okay? All right, if the state will call its next witness.
The state calls Daniel Hausdorff.
Daniel Hausdorff. With the court reporter? Okay. Pause the witness. Change of plans. So I'm going to give you a break, 10 minutes. We'll come back. So shorter than 15, but 10, okay? Leave your notepads on your chair.
Thanks, Riley.
Defense is ready, Your Honor. Just prior to the jury coming in, as we mentioned, there were some additional materials we received earlier this week, and by agreement of the parties, we will have a one-page AFTE General Rifling Characteristics Database document marked as Defense 60. It'll
No
be ready.
objection. Okay. It'll be so honored. Anything else?
That's all.
Okay, let's bring in the jury. It's freezing in here, isn't it? I'm finally freezing. I'm finally cold, Melanie. They did it. I'm like shaking. Warm it up a little bit.
It's cold.
Mike.
Yes.
Get a hold of Eve, like pump it up. It's freezing in here. I'm like, they finally did it. I'm cold. Maybe.
Your Honor, the jurors are entering the courtroom.
Thank you. Welcome back in, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated. Mr. Mizrahi, call the next witness, please.
Daniel Hosdorf.
Daniel Hosdorf. Good afternoon. Could you please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
All right, this way, please. Watch your step.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You may proceed.
Here's the court. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Daniel Hausdorff. My last name is spelled Hausdorf.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I am a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
How long have you been so employed?
About 13 years.
Explain to the jury briefly about your educational background and training experience that allows you to perform those duties.
Yes, sir. I have a bachelor's degree in biomedical science from the University of South Florida. I was hired at FDLE as a forensic technologist in the firearms section, and I completed the 6-month training program for that position, and then was an FT for about 3.5 years. I was then promoted to analyst and completed the training program in August of 2018, and I've been an analyst since.
And has that educational background and training experience allowed you to come to courts and give your opinion as to your expertise in your field?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I would turn to the witness for voir dire as an expert in firearms identification.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
So let's give the jury a little bit of an education of what you kind of do every single day about firearms and how you're able to compare components of a cartridge to each other and then to potentially guns.
Sure. So a basic day of what I do is I compare cartridge cases and bullets microscopically to determine if they were or were not fired from a particular firearm. I also perform firearm function testing, serial number restoration, and imaging cartridge cases into our database. The way that I would compare bullets or cartridge cases to each other is I would use my comparison microscope. It's 2 microscopes joined by an optical bridge that allows me to view 2 objects at the same time under the same magnification. So what I'm doing is I'm putting one cartridge case on one side, another cartridge case on the other side. I'm comparing those 2. overlaying those images on top of each other, and I'm looking for a repeating pattern that's coming from the firearm during the firing process. I use the exact same procedure for looking at bullets. If they have the same pattern, I would determine they were fired from the same firearm. If they don't, that's when I can eliminate from the same gun.
Explain to the jury how a firearm manufactured by the same firearms manufacturer at the same period of time, can those individual firearms be distinguished from each other?
So when a firearm is being manufactured, the way that those unique characteristics are imparted to the firearm are during the manufacturing process. If you think about the barrel itself, it's going to have to be drilled, it's going to have to be reamed, it's going to have to be rifled. All of those tools are creating an immense amount of pressure within the barrel, and they're forming what's called chip formations as it's removing or displacing the metal. Those chip formations are creating unique microscopic imperfections within the barrel and various other parts of the firearm itself. And those unique surface imperfections are being imparted to the bullet or the cartridge case during the firing process. The barrel or other various parts of the firearm are harder than the metal is used for cartridge cases and bullets. So those unique imperfections or scratches are going to be transferred over to those components. And I'm looking at those on the scope to determine if they have the same pattern as test fires that I would create or multiple pieces of evidence that I would compare to each other.
So is this scientifically accepted in the community?
Yes, it
You
is.
can make these kind of comparisons?
Yes, sir.
For how long has various laboratories been doing this kind of work?
Over 100 years.
Is it replicatable or replicable? In other words, other labs could do the same work and go behind you and compare what you've done.
Yes, sir.
So let's turn directly to your work in, you have your file up there with you?
Yes, sir.
FDLE number 2026-1946. You've reviewed that.
Yeah, 2026-040-1946. Yes.
040s, just to go to the, okay. You did not get a firearm in this case.
No, sir.
All right, let's go through what you did. And you briefly mentioned this. Explain to the jury how cartridge cases, how they come to be in a particular scene, and then how they're different from projectiles.
So a cartridge case and a bullet are two parts of a cartridge. A cartridge is a single unit of ammunition. The cartridge case is the body of the cartridge. There's the projectile, which is propelled down and out the barrel of the firearm by the explosion caused by the firing pin hitting the primer, which is the third component, creating a spark to ignite the gunpowder, which is the fourth component in the cartridge. When a gun is fired, that cartridge case is typically in a semi-automatic firearm, automatically extracted and ejected out of the firearm. The bullet is propelled down the barrel and out the barrel of the firearm.
When a cartridge case is expelled from the firearm, do they typically go in a pattern that is similar?
Not typically, no.
So they go out of the firearm and they can kind of bounce around and go anywhere.
And depends on how you're holding the firearm and where you're shooting from, a lot of different variables, yes.
And I know the jury's probably seen this from movies and things, but when the cases get expelled from the firearms, are they going hundreds of yards on their own?
No.
So they're going to be in the general vicinity, but you just don't know exactly where.
Correct.
So then once you can compare those cartridge cases to each other to see if they're fired from the same firearm, how about the projectiles? Can you compare those projectiles to the actual casings?
No, sir.
Explain why not.
So when the cartridge case expels the bullet from the firearm, any markings that would be left behind from the bullet being removed from the cartridge case are going to be overwritten by the markings that are left behind from the barrel. So there's nothing for me to compare it to.
Okay. So there's kind of two different components when you have a case where you have projectiles and casings. Is that
Yes.
fair?
They're basically a separate entity when I don't have a firearm to compare it to.
Okay. In this case, you did.
Correct.
So let's go first with the casings. Were you able to perform any analysis on the 4 10-millimeter casings that were provided to you?
Yes.
How do you know they're 10 millimeters?
They have 10 millimeter written right on the head stamp.
Is that a clue?
It's a very good clue.
Did you also notice other things that made it indicate it was a 10-millimeter shell case?
The size, the diameter, and everything that goes along with the 10 millimeter cartridge case, yes.
We're able to microscopically compare each one of those 4 casings to determine whether or not they were fired from the same firearm.
That's correct, yes.
And were they?
Yes.
They approached the witness.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence is States Exhibit 88A, B, C, and D. And I just want you to look at those and make sure that those are, of course, I mixed it up. There's 88D, 88C, 88A, and 88D.
Okay.
Are those the 4 cartridge cases, 10mm cartridge cases that you compared to each other?
Yes, sir.
And that they all matched?
Yes, sir.
And may I publish those in actual display form?
Yes.
So I think you can remain there, Mr. Hallstorf. But when we talk about the shell casings, we're talking about the pristine cylindrical cartridge cases.
Yes, the
I guess
4 on the left there.
Pointing to it here. We see other things that are more damaged. Is that going to be the projectiles?
In this case, yes.
Is it common to have your projectiles be somewhat damaged and have your cartridge cases be pristine?
Yes.
I guess that's obvious. Why is that?
Do you want to use that table over there?
No, I think the jury can see it from here, if that's okay. I'll move it before Mr. Dresser gets up. They can all see it from there. If that's okay with Your Honor?
Yes.
We'll do these two. Forgot what my question was. Why? Why do they get damaged?
Typically on what they hit, obviously it's going to be something harder than what the projectile is. If it hits a person, car, wall, it's going to create damage to that projectile.
In identifying those 4 cartridge cases, were you also able to make an opinion as to the class characteristics of those cartridge cases?
Yes, they are typically fired in a Glock firearm based off the type of class characteristics that are left behind on that cartridge case.
So can you say 100% it's a Glock?
No, sir.
But it's just
Consistent with, yes.
So all 4 of those, they're all 10mm 100% though.
100%, yes.
And it matches or is consistent with a Glock.
Yes, sir.
Now, did some of the projectiles that you were given, were they too damaged for any type of evaluation?
Yes, they were.
And describe, is that common?
It is common depending on the evidence that I receive. Sometimes there can be a fragment of the projectile that breaks off. It might not even be a part of the projectile that was even in contact with the barrel. It could be something inside the core of the bullet itself. It could be too damaged to have any of the markings from the firearm still be on that fragment or projectile. All of those things can inhibit my analysis to what I actually can see.
Okay, so I guess we'll start with the stuff that's inconclusive and then go to the conclusive things with regard to the projectiles.
Okay.
So I think there were 3 different things that were, I guess, either inconclusive or had no value for microscopic comparison. And the no value for microscopic comparison was items 7B and 8.
That's correct, yes.
And then the items that were inconclusive were items 5 and 7A.
That's correct.
Let's just have a look at those so the jury can see what you're doing. First of all, the ones that just had no value are going to be States Exhibit 93A. Is that accurate?
As far as 7B on this one, yes, sir.
'93A. So it kind of just looks like a hunk of metal. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And then States 93B and 89A. Those ones that were not, they were inconclusive.
Number 5 was inconclusive and number 8 was no value.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So you were able to take 2 projectiles and actually match them to each other.
Yes, sir.
And what were those 2 numbers?
Those were items 6 and 9.
And I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as States Exhibit 89B, which corresponds to number 6, and States 93C, which corresponds to 9. Am I accurate in that?
Yes, sir.
So let's show the jury in 93C. It actually looks a little beat up. Is that fair?
Depends on what you're talking about, but yes.
So, but microscopically, it had information.
Yes, sir.
So you were able to compare 93C and match it to 89B. Which is going to be at the bottom. And what determination were you able to make about those two projectiles?
That they were identified to each other, which means that they were fired in the same firearm.
Were you able to make any determination based on class characteristics and rifling characteristics about the type of firearm?
Yes, they are also consistent with a Glock type firearm.
Are you able to conclusively say that those projectiles are 10 millimeters?
No, sir.
Why not?
Based off of the weight and the characteristics, they're not indicative of a 10 millimeter because they're going to have the same base diameter. Or sorry, they're not going to be indicative of an exclusive 10 millimeter because the base diameter is the same as a 40 Smith & Wesson, and the weight wasn't high enough to eliminate from a 40 Smith & Wesson.
But they absolutely could be Glock 10 millimeters.
Yes, sir.
And you did not receive any Smith & Wesson 40 caliber shell casings in this case at all.
No, sir.
So if the projectiles are consistent with the 10 millimeter and all the casings are 10 millimeters, is it consistent that this was a Glock 10 millimeter firearm?
Based off the cartridge cases, yes, and the projectiles by themselves are 40/10 millimeter, but it does have a potential for having a Glock 10 millimeter firearm, yes.
Well, he don't know that. Anything else? That's all the questions, Joe.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Briefly. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The report that was referenced from July 30th, 2026, did you author that report?
Yes, sir.
Who provides the information to you as far as case information, meaning what it's related to?
It's provided by the submitting agency.
And who is the submitting agency in this particular instance?
It was Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
And I see you referencing something. Are you referencing that report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us, it says attention, who is that attention to?
Chris Johns?
Okay. And do you know who that individual is?
No, sir.
Your understanding is he may be affiliated with the Jacksonville Beach Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then under victims, can you read who's listed there?
It's Jared Bridegan.
And I'll represent to you that it's pronounced Bridegan.
Right. Okay. Yes, sir.
And then under subjects, can you read the names listed there?
Henry Arthur Tenon, Shannon Lee Gardner, Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana, Jimmy Clay Jones.
And those are not names that you came up with, correct?
No, sir.
Those were names submitted to you by the Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you didn't do any DNA testing or anything in this case, correct?
No, sir.
Just simply, you tested the projectiles and the casings that Mr. Mizrahi went over with you.
That's correct.
And if I understood your testimony, because of the absence of a firearm for you to evaluate, you can't make any solid determination of which model of Glock actually discharged those projectiles and ejected those casings.
That's correct. I cannot determine that, no.
But your closest determination based upon the characteristics from the projectiles and the fact that the casings are 10 millimeters, you would believe it's consistent with a Glock manufactured firearm.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And is it your understanding there are 3 different models of 10 millimeter Glocks?
Yes, there is.
Okay, there's a Glock 20, and I believe that's considered like the original flagship 10 millimeter.
That's their full size, yes.
And that's been in production since 1991.
I'm not sure the exact year, but that sounds approximately right.
Okay. And then there's also a Glock 29.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that's been in production since 1997. Does that sound about right?
Sounds about right, and that's the subcompact.
Okay. And then a firearm that has been referenced in this case is a Glock 40 Gen 4. Is that also a 10 millimeter you're familiar with?
Yes, it is.
And I believe that's been in production since 2015. Does that sound about right?
I'm not sure the exact year again, but it sounds about right.
And in 2022, or specifically February 16th of 2022, would you anticipate all three of those models were still in circulation?
Yes, that's correct.
And I understand that there are subsequent generations of firearms, like a Gen 5 or a Gen 6. But these three that I just recited to you, you would understand those would have been available February 16th of 2022.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I understand that from your testimony, you can make no opinion as to which model of those Glocks we just talked about would have discharged those particular projectiles.
That's correct. I cannot do that.
And you weren't asked to provide any type of determination of who would have discharged those projectiles.
No, sir.
And you certainly weren't asked to draw any conclusion of who would have been responsible for this particular offense.
No, sir.
This seems like a somewhat of a common sense question, but being that those three particular models of Glock have been production, two of which in the 90s, one in the 2000s, would it be fair that Glock is one of the most popular gun manufacturers in the country,
It is one of the most popular. Yes, sir.
utilized by many different law enforcement agencies?
Yes, sir.
Not necessarily the 10 millimeter, but that manufacturer is a for-profit business,
That manufacturer is one of the most popular firearms. Yes.
something that you see a lot of.
Yes.
Fair to say that there are thousands, if not tens of thousands, of those particular models of firearm?
That's fair to say. Yes.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any follow-up?
Yes, Your Honor. I know defense counsel was clear about the fact that Glock makes lots of other firearms in addition to a 10 millimeter.
That's correct.
Where are their most popular calibers?
Most popular, in my opinion, would be 9mm Luger or 40 Smith & Wesson.
10 millimeter is less popular than that.
Correct.
I want to talk a little bit about the timing of everything, and we've kind of glossed over that. When you do your work, does it take time?
Yes, it does take time.
Do you have a lot of work to do?
Yes, sir.
When the jurors may be familiar with TV programs where you get ballistics reports in about 10 minutes during a commercial break. Is that real life?
It's not like real life. No, sir.
And in this particular case, you got the submission to you to analyze this in April of 2026?
I believe so. Let me double check.
Yeah, check that.
Yes, sir.
And your report's dated July 30th of 2026.
That's correct.
Is that kind of a typical turnaround, or was that a little quick?
That's about the same time. Depending if it's a rush case or not, we might prioritize the case sooner. In this case, it was given to me just before July, actually. I think right around about that time.
And so is that kind of time frame true throughout FDLE? In other words, it takes you all time to do your work.
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have here.
All right, any,
Nothing further.
okay. May this witness be excused?
He is excused, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're good for the 8:30.
Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to conclude the evidence for today. I want to, again, thank you for your time and your attention in this trial. This is our first kind of longer break since the evidence has been started in the case, and I feel that it's important that that I remind you, I know that you've been very vigilant about following the rules. It's important that you follow the rules over the weekend's recess. We're going to return back again on Monday to keep taking evidence. So if you leave your notepads on your chair, we are going to get you out of here early so you don't get caught up in Jaguar traffic, hopefully. Thank you again for your time, and I'll see you on Monday.
Ponder.
Great. Please let the record reflect the jury's left the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Officer Lim. Juror number 4 has her pad turned up and with the notes open. Can you turn it over? Any others like that? Okay, thank you. All right. My understanding is that we were going to do a proffer. Is that correct? Do you
That's
need a
correct.
second to get
We need,
situated?
I'm ready. We're just waiting on the witness.
All right, so we'll just be in holding pattern.
I was supposed to let Woody know with enough time.
Okay,
I got busy doing a witness.
all right, no problem.
Look at this. The parties are just getting along here.
You're getting along?
Getting along super.
I love when y'all get along. What? Witness.
Your Honor, state calls Javel Pond.
Wait. Let's come over here.
I get sworn in.
Right.
Javel Ponder, Your Honor.
Mr. Ponder, if you'll raise your right hand best you can and take the oath.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, sir, come over here and make yourself comfortable, okay? Can I see the lawyers at sidebar just momentarily before we start?
May it please the court?
Yes.
Mr. Ponder, are you able to pull your mask down for us?
All the way down?
All the way down so we can hear you good. The jury's not here, so you can kind of be at ease, but I need to ask you a few questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
So obviously, I'm going to kind of lead you through some of the background stuff so we can get to the meat of it. You're in jail, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are an 8-time convicted felon, and you have 2 crimes, making a false statement.
Yes, sir.
And you have pending a number of different charges, including trafficking in MDMA, aggravated fleeing, tampering, another fleeing, and 6 counts of child abuse.
Mr. Mizrahi, why is that important? And just get to it.
Mr. Dresser and I discussed that. We put some of that on the record, so he didn't have to cross on those things.
Why would you for this one?
Those are the.
Can we please get to it?
That was the extent of my questions, Your Honor.
All right.
I did that, so I did. I want to talk to you. Do you know who Mario Fernandez is?
Yes.
You see him here in court?
Yes.
Say where he is?
Yes.
Where?
Oh, over there.
On the record.
Voice up so I can hear you, please.
Put your voice up, sit up straight. You can face up.
I was trying to put the thing closer to me. They said no.
Well, pull your body.
I can't. That's why I was trying to put it.
Officer Combs, help him, please. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Ponder. So I want to turn your attention to the summer of 2024. Were you in the Duval County Jail with Mario Fernandez?
Yes, sir.
Explain to the court how you went about meeting.
Came to jail. They put me in 4 East. Put me in the dorm with them. 4 East 4.
And you were, so were you in the same cell?
No.
Were you in the same dorm?
Yes.
How did you become to talk or know or converse with the defendant?
I think I brought commissary from my first week. That was my first few days though.
How can you describe for the court your position, for lack of a better word, in the jail? Are you a man of some consequence within the jail?
Yes.
Explain that.
The best.
You can explain it. There's no jury here. You can explain any way you want to explain it.
It's just zero tolerance. Anybody, I don't see gang members, Christians, Muslims. Anybody can.
Now, let me ask you something more direct. Do you know how to fight?
Yes, sir.
Are you considered relatively a tough guy in jail?
Yes, sir.
People listen to what you have to say.
Yes, sir.
Not your own opinion. Is that fair? Or do other people tell you that?
Other people tell me that.
So describe for the court when the defendant first started talking about his own case.
Well, I can't remember the specific date. I'd be lying to say that. I could just say the first time, I guess something went in favor in court, and he said he had y'all beat.
Again, so she can understand.
I can't.
It's very hard to hear. Mr. Ponder, please. Okay. So we don't have to keep doing this. Like, yeah, I think you're okay. Like this.
At least hold it like this, right? That was straight. All right. So can you ask the question?
What's the first thing the defendant said about his case?
Oh, he had y'all beat.
Then what did he say?
Like right after that?
Just tell us everything you remember about what he said about the case.
Like, cause you know, we gotta be, people talk a lot. So we talking about in general, or we just talking about one time only, like everything throughout the whole entire time of me knowing Mr. Mario?
Everything that came out of his mouth that's relevant to this case into your ears.
Oh.
Not through hearsay, not through other people. His mouth to your ears about
That's
his
relevant.
involvement in the murder of Jared Bridegan.
All right, so boom, one day we were all playing poker at the table. It's when the paper dope was kind of popular in the county jail. I don't know, I gotta explain what paper dope is. Okay, so boom, a spider was trying to get some coffee for him to make the smoking paper. They put the coffee in the brown napkin and they smoked. So they was all in the room talking. I come in the room. So just say from what I hear, and then from when they involved me.
Mouth to your ears about what the defendant said about his case.
See, that's what I'm trying to ask. Do I say what he told another individual while I was in the room?
If you heard it, yes.
That's what I'm asking. Okay, cool. Okay, so he was telling Spider about his case. The first thing he said was, wait. Oh, okay, I didn't know if I would. The first thing he said was, it was Shannon wanted to put a rape case on the dad. I don't know the dad name. Okay. So, boom, he said that shit ain't gonna work. It's only gonna be temporarily. Blase squaze. Then I'm sitting down on the bed. He said, I wish I knew some niggas like him. I said, me. I said, what you mean by that? I said, what you mean by that? He said, nah, all I'm saying is, if I don't know you on the street, I know this shit would have got did the right way. So.
So what else did he say?
So after that.
Did he say who he had hired?
Oh yeah, I was finna get to it.
Just go.
All right. You know, y'all be asking highly educated, simple questions.
This is on you, Mr. Ponder. Keep going.
All right. So boom, after that, he was saying he never wanted Mr. Heron to do it. He was too old. Mr. Heron supposed to have nephew. Oh, my bad. Y'all told me to go. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
You said Mr. Henry?
Yeah.
Okay. Keep going.
Okay.
He was saying he didn't want Mr. Heron to do it. Mr. Heron's nephew was supposed to do it. Mr. Heron's too old, but Mr. Heron played. His nephew never came through, so Mr. Heron ended up doing it and fucked it all up. That's how he in jail.
He said anything about that his wife did not want the kids caught in the crossfire?
Oh, yes, sir.
What did he say?
Oh, see, that's why we're trying to make sure. When he said that part, he was saying that she didn't have a problem with, I don't know his name,
Her ex.
her ex getting killed. She just didn't want her kids caught in the middle.
And did Mr. Fernandez tell you why this was done?
Why it was done?
Why his wife wanted the victim killed?
See, he never told me why they wanted him killed. All I know is she didn't want the kids around him. She didn't want the kids with the dad.
Is that what the defendant told you?
Yes,
That Shanna, meaning his wife, didn't want the kids around their dad.
yes,
Later, this is back in 2024.
yes, sir.
That's all the questions.
Okay. Could I clarify? It didn't come up on the transcript. To me, I think that might have been important. Did he say something about Shanna wanted to put a rape case?
Yes, repeat that again if we missed it.
Yes, she wanted to put a rape case against the dad.
Against the dad?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I missed.
That was her idea.
What did Mr. Fernandez say about his wife's idea to put a rape case on the dad?
He said that shit won't work. It would be only temporarily.
So whose idea was it to kill the victim?
Oh, Mario.
Okay. All right. Cross. No, so just the admissibility issue, his credibility, I don't weigh. As a judge, I don't weigh his credibility.
How is anything he said different than what Mr. Mizrahi proffered to you, and you've already made a ruling? That's what Mr. Mizrahi told you, in effect, he would say. And you've already ruled on this issue.
So my understanding,
I don't disagree with that, but I couldn't, in theory, I would not be able to cross appeal based on my proffers to the court. This is the way you have to preserve an issue on appeal. Well, certainly the court.
okay, let me have him step. Are you crossing on? So what I left open was the time, date, manner in which the statements were made, the actual statements. I don't think I had any particular statements.
Correct. And
So
I'm sorry. I read the order for the open-endedness had to do more with AB, and whether or not there was a affiliate.
Let me pull up the order. Let me have him step in the back. I don't make credibility findings on witnesses.
That, but you've already ruled that it's not that this case was not about. I would really ask that the order be reviewed. I mean,
I'm doing that now, Mr. Dreiser.
I don't know.
All right, so the order that was filed that was titled Order Granting Defendant's First Motion in Limine to Prevent the Introduction of Hearsay and Impermissible Testimony, docket line 622, references the statements made to Kim Jensen. And then I pulled up the other one, relates to AB. I don't think that I covered Ponder. And like what I was isolating was Jensen, which were statements that were communicated, and Ponder, I don't believe I covered, and I'm prepared to make a ruling if y'all want.
And I think we've gotten a wayward here.
You go, Anelga.
Mr. Ponder could be called if the state chose, and he could say what he just said. I agree with that. I'll say for the record that no human being on planet Earth would believe him, but he could come into this courtroom and say that if he wanted to. What Mr. Mizrahi is doing, and where we're circling back to the orders, is that he is trying to attempt to use what Mr. Ponder said in court today to get you to reverse your ruling about what Kim Jensen can say. That's the purpose of the proffer, that now all of a sudden they've broken the privilege between Mario and Shanna Gardner. That's the purpose. And I'm saying, I don't expect that your ruling is going to change. You made a very clear order that that privilege applies and that there is no abrogation of child abuse in this particular case under these particular circumstances with the abuse of their own, not their own children, the children of Shanna Gardner, meaning AB and LB. Does that make more sense?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
It wasn't clear.
We're in agreement. I don't think Mr. Dresser needs to cross. I want to preserve for the record that we have evidence directly from this defendant that states that the purpose of the killing was to stop the victim's child custody over the children.
Okay.
Our theory goes to child abuse from Jensen.
Mr. Mizrahi, that could have been asking like 3 questions instead of all that. Like, I thought you were asking
Well, in fairness,
about his entire statement.
in fairness, okay, I mean, my fault.
Okay. All right.
The-
My ruling stands.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would like, the state is planning on calling Ms. Jensen tomorrow as well. I mean,
Monday for the
Next day of
proffer.
court.
For the proffer.
Yes, at 8:30. And I will not ask any preliminary questions. I'll go
Thank
right
you.
to.
That's what a proffer is. Okay. Thank you. Court's adjourned.